Brida, one of the great story of Paulo-Coelho. At Ireland, August 1983 to March 1984. Summer and autumn. I want to learn about magic, said the girl. The magus looked at her. Faded jeans, t-shirt, the challenging look adopted by all shy people precisely when it is least needed. I must be twice her age, he thought, and despite this, he knew that he had met his soulmate. My name is Brida, she went on. Forgive me for one introducing myself. I have waited a long time for this moment, and I am more nervous than I thought I would be. Why do you want to learn about magic? He asked. So that I can find answers to some of the questions I have regarding life, so that I can learn about the occult powers and possibly how to travel back into the past and forward into the future. It wasn't the first time someone had come to the forest to ask him this. There was a time when he had been a teacher who was known and respected by the tradition. He would take on several pupils and believed that the world would change if he could change those around him. But he had made a mistake. The teachers of the tradition cannot make mistakes. Don't you think you are rather young? I am 21, said Brida. If I wanted to start learning ballet, I would be considered too old. The magus made a sign for her to follow him. They set off together through the forest. In silence, she is pretty, he was thinking as the shadow cast by the tree rapidly lengthened and shifted as the sun sank lower on the horizon. But I am twice her age. This, he knew, meant that he might well suffer. Brida felt irritated by the silence of the man walking beside her. He hadn't ever deigned to respond to her last remark. The forest floor was wet and covered in fallen leaves. She too noticed the shadows changing and the rapid approach of night. It would be dark soon and they didn't have a torch with them. I have to trust him, she told herself. If I believe that he can teach me magic, then I also have to believe that he can guide me through the forest. They continued walking. He appeared to be wandering aimlessly from one side to the other, changing direction even when there was no obstacle in this path. More than once they walked in a circle, passing the same place 3 or 4 times. Perhaps he is testing me. She was determined to see this experience through to the end and tried telling herself that everything that was happening, including those circular walks, was perfectly normal. She had come a very long way and had hoped for more from this encounter. Dublin was over 90 miles away, and the buses to the village were uncomfortable and left at absurd time. She would had get up early, travel for 3 hours, ask the people in the village where she might find him, and explain what she wanted with such a strange man. Finally, someone had told her in which part of the forest he could usually be found during the day, but not without first warning her that he would already try to seduce one of the village girls. He is an interesting man, she thought to herself. They were climbing now, and she found herself hoping that the sun would linger a little longer in the sky. She was afraid she might slip on the damp leaves. Why do you really want to learn about magic? Brida was pleased that the silence had been broken. She gave him the same answer she had given before. But he wasn't satisfied. Perhaps you want to learn about magic because it is mysterious and secret, because it provides answers that few human beings ever manage to find in a whole lifetime, or perhaps because it evokes a romantic past. Brida said nothing. She didn't know what to say, afraid to give an answer the magus might not like. She rather wished he would lapse back into his earlier silence. At last, they came to the top of the hill, having crossed the entire forest. The ground there was rocky and bare of vegetation, but at least it was less slippery, and Brida could follow the magus without difficulty. He sat down on the highest point and asked Brida to do the same. Other people have been here before, said the magus. They too came to ask me to teach them about magic, but I have taught everything I needed to teach. I have given back to the humanity what it gave to him. Now I want to be alone, to climb mountains, tend plants and commune with God. That is not true, replied the girl. What isn't true? He asked, surprised. You might want to communicate with God, but it isn't true that you want to be alone. Brida regretted having spoken. She had spoken on an impulse and now it was too late to correct her mistake. Perhaps there were people who wanted to be alone. Perhaps women needed men more than men needed women. The magus, however, showed no sign of irritation when he spoke again. I am going to ask you a question, he said, and you must be absolutely honest in your answer. If you tell me the truth, I will teach you. When you ask, if you lie, you must never again return to this forest. Brida gave a sigh of relief. He was going to ask her a question. She simply had to tell the truth. That was all. She had always assumed that a teacher would demand really difficult things of someone before taking them on as a pupil. Let us suppose that I do start teaching you that I have learned, he said, his eyes fixed on her. Let us suppose that I start show you the parallel universe that surrounded us, the angels, the wisdom of nature, the mysteries of the tradition of the sun and the tradition of the moon. Then one day you go into town to buy some food and in the middle of the street you meet the love of your life. I wouldn't know how to recognize him, she thought, but decided to say nothing. This question was turning out to be more difficult than she would imagined. He feels the same and comes over to you. You fall in love with each other. You continue your studies with me. During the day, I teach you the wisdom of the cosmos, and at night, he teaches you the wisdom of love. But there comes a moment when those two things can no longer coexist, and you have to choose. The magus paused for a few seconds before he actually asked the question. He felt afraid of what the girl's reply might be. Her coming there at evening meant the end of the stage in both their lives. He knew this because he understood the traditions and the intentions of teachers. He needed her as much as she needed him, but she had to answer the question he put to her truthfully. That was the sole condition. Now answer this question with total honesty, he said at last, screwing up his courage. Would you give up everything you had learned until then, all the possibilities and all the mysteries that the world of magic could offer you, in order to stay with the love of your life? Brida looked away. Around her lay the mountain and the forests, and down below the lights in the village were beginning to come on. Soon families would be gathering round the table to have supper. They worked hard and honestly. They feared God and they tried to help their fellow men. They did all these things because they had known love. Their lives had a reason. They could understand everything that was going on in the universe without ever having heard of things like the tradition of the sun and the tradition of the moon. I see no contradiction between my search and my personal happiness, she said. Answer my question. His eyes were still fixed on hers. Would you give up everything for that man? Brida felt a tremendous urge to cry. It wasn't so much a question, it was a choice, the most difficult choice anyone would have to make in life. It was something she would already thought about a lot. There had been a time when nothing in the world was as important as herself. She would had several boyfriends and had always believed that she loved each one, only to see love vanish from one moment to the next. Of all the things she would experience until then, love had been the most difficult. Just then, she was in love with someone slightly older than herself. He was studying physics and had a completely different vision of the world from hers. Once again, she was putting her belief in love, trusting her feelings, but she would have been disappointed so often before that she was no longer sure of anything. Nevertheless, this was the great gamble of her life. She continued to avoid the magus gaze. Her eyes were fixed on the village and its tingling lights. People had been trying to understand the universe through love ever since the beginning of time. I would give it all up, she said at last. The man standing before her, she thought, would never understand what went on in people's hearts. He was a man who knew the power and the mystery of magic, but he didn't know people. His hair was grizzled, his skin burned by the sun, and he had the physique of someone used to walking in the mountains. He was so very attractive, with eyes that revealed a soul full of answers, and he would once again be disappointed by the feeling of ordinary human beings. She was disappointed with herself too, but she couldn't lie. Look at me, said the magus. Brida felt ashamed, but did as he asked. You told the truth. I will be your teacher. Darkness fell, and the stars were shining in a moonless sky. It took 2 hours for Brida to tell the stranger her life story. She tried to look for factors that would explain her interest in magic, childhood visions, premonitions, and inner calling, but could find nothing. She simply felt a need to know, that was all, and because of that she had taken courses in astrology, tarot, and numerology. Those are merely languages, said the magus, and they are not the only one. Magic speaks all the languages of the human hearts. So, what is magic? She asked. Even in the darkness, Brida could sense that the magus had turned away from her. He was looking up at the sky, absorbed in thought, perhaps in search of an answer. Magic is a bridge, he said at last, a bridge that allows you to walk from the visible world over into the invisible world, and to learn the lessons of both those worlds. And how can I learn to cross that bridge? By discovering your own way of crossing it. Everyone has their own way. That is what I came here to find out. There are 2 forms, replied Magus. The traditional of the sun, which teaches the secret through space and the world that surrounds us, and the tradition of the moon, which teaches through time and the things that are imprisoned in time's memory. Brida had understood. The tradition of the sun was the night, the trees, the cold gripping her body, the stars in the sky, and the tradition of the moon was that man before her now, with the wisdom of the ancestors shining in his eyes. I learned the tradition of the moon, said the magus, as if he could read her thoughts, but I was never a teacher of that tradition. I am a teacher of the tradition of the sun. Teach me the tradition of the sun, then, said Brida, feeling slightly disconcerted, for she had sensed a note of tenderness in Mag's voice. "I will teach you what I have learned, but the tradition of the sun has many roots. One must trust in each person's ability to teach him or herself." Brida was right. There was a note of tenderness in the Mag's voice. Far from reassuring her, this frightened her. "I know I am capable of understanding the tradition of the sun," she said. The Mag stopped gazing at the stars and concentrated on the young woman. He knew that she was not quite ready to learn the tradition of the sun, and yet he must teach it to her. Some pupils choose their teachers. "Before our first lesson, I want to remind you of one thing," he said. "When you find your path, you must not be afraid. You need to have sufficient courage to make mistakes. Disappointment, defeat, and despair are the tools God uses to show us the way." "Strange tools," said Frida. "They often dissuade people from carrying on." The Magus knew the reason for these tools. He had already experienced both in body and soul. "Teach me the tradition of sun," she insisted. The Magus asked Brida to lean back again the rock and relax. "There is no need to close your eyes. Look at the world around you and try to see and understand as much you can. The tradition of the sun is constantly revealing eternal knowledge to each individual." Brida did as the Magus told her to, but she felt he was moving much too fast. "This is the first and most important lesson," he said. "It was created by a Spanish mystic who understood the meaning of faith. His name was St. John of the Cross." He looked at the girl's eager, trusting face. In his heart, he prayed she would understand what he had to teach her. She was, after all, his soulmate, even if she didn't yet know it. Even if she was still very young and fascinated by the things and the people of this world. In the darkness, Brida could just make out the shape of the Magus going back into the forest and disappearing among the trees to her left. She was afraid of being left there alone, but tried to remain relaxed. This was her first lesson, and she must not show that she was nervous. "He accepted me as his pupil. I can't disappoint him." She was pleased with herself and at the same time surprised at how quickly it had all happened. Not that she had ever doubted her abilities. She was proud of herself and of what had brought her there. She was sure that the Magus was somewhere nearby, watching her reactions to see if she was capable of learning the first lesson of magic. He had spoken of courage, and so, even if she felt afraid, images of the snakes and scorpions that might be living underneath that rock began to rise up from the depth of her imagination. She must be brave. In a while, he would return to teach her the first lesson. "I am a strong, determined woman," she repeated to herself under her breath. She was privileged to be there with that man whom other people either loved or feared. She looked back on the evening they had just spent together and recalled the moment when she had sensed a certain tenderness in his voice. Perhaps he found me interesting. Perhaps he even wanted to make love with me. It wouldn't be a bad experience. There was, however, a strange look in his eyes. What an idiotic thing to think. There she was, in search of something very real, a path to knowledge, and suddenly she was thinking of herself as a mere woman. She tried not to think about it again. and it was then that she realized how much time had passed since Magus had left her alone. She felt the beginnings of panic. She had heard extraordinary views about that man. Some said he was the most powerful teacher they had ever met, capable of changing the direction of the wind, of piercing the clouds purely by the power of thought, and Brida was as fascinated as everyone else by such prodigies. Other people, though, people on the fringes of the world of magic, who attended the same courses and classes as she did, assured her that he was a black magician and had once used his powers to destroy a man because he had fallen in love with the man's wife. And this was why, even though he was a teacher, he had been condemned to wander the lonely forests. Perhaps solitude has made his madness worse, Brida thought, and again felt the first stirrings of panic. She may have been young, but she knew the harm that loneliness could do to people, especially as they got older. She had met people who had lost the glow of being alive because they could no longer fight against loneliness and had ended up become addicted to it. They were, for the most part, people who believed the world to be an undignified, inglorious place, and who spent their evening and night talking on and on about the mistakes others had made. They were people whom solitude had made into judges of the world, whose verdicts were scattered to four winds for whoever cared to listen. Perhaps the Magus had gone mad with loneliness. A sudden noise nearby made her jump, and her heart raced. All trace of her earlier confidence vanished. She looked around. Nothing. A wave of terror seemed to rise up from her belly and spread through her body. I must get a trip on myself, she thought, but it was impossible. Images of snakes and scorpions and childhood ghosts began to appear before her. Brida was too terrified to stay calm. Another image arose, that of a powerful magician who had made a pact with the devil and was offering her up as a sacrifice. Where are you? She cried. She didn't care now what impression she made on anyone. She simply wanted to get out of there. No one answered. I want to get out of here. Help me. There was only the forest and its strange noises. Brida felt so dizzy with fear. She thought she might faint, but she mustn't. Now that she was quite sure he was nowhere around, fainting certainly wouldn't help matters. She must stay in control. This thought made her aware that there was some part of her struggling to maintain control. I mustn't call out, she said to herself. Her shouts could attract other men who lived in that forest, and men who live in the forests can be more dangerous than any wild animal. I have faith, she started to say softly. I have faith in God, faith in my guardian angel who brought me here and who remains here with me. I can't explain what he is like, but I know he is near. I will not dash my foot against a stone. These last words were from a spasm she had learned as a child and which she hadn't thought about for years. She had been taught the spasm by her grandmother, who had died quite recently. As soon as she vanished, she wished her grandmother could be there. She immediately felt a friendly presence. She was beginning to understand that there was a big difference between danger and fear. That dwelt in the secret place of the Most High. That was how the spasm began. She realized that it was all coming back to her word for word, exactly as if her grandmother were reciting it to her now. She kept reciting for some time without stopping, and despite her fear, she felt calmer. She had no choice. Either she believed in God, in her guardian angel, or she despaired. She felt a protective presence. I need to believe in this presence. I don't know how to explain it, but it exists, and it will stay with me all night because I don't know how to find my way out of here alone. When she was a child, she would sometimes wake up in the middle of night, feeling terrified. Her father would carry her to the window and show her the town where they lived. He would talk to her about the night watchman, about the milkman who would already be out delivering the milk, about the baker making their daily bread. Her father was trying to drive out the monsters with which she would fill the night and replace them with the people who kept watches over the darkness. The night is just a part of the day, he would say. The night is just a part of the day. Therefore, she could feel as safe in the dark as she did in the light. It was the dark that had made her invoke that protective presence. She must trust it, and that trust was called faith. No one could ever understand faith, but faith was what she was experiencing now, an inexplicable immersion in blackest night. It only existed because she believed in it. Miracles couldn't be explained either, but they existed for those who believed in them. He did say something about the first lesson, she thought, suddenly realizing what was going on. The protective presence was there because she believed in it. Brida began to feel the fatigue of so many hours under tension. She began to relax again, and with each moment that passed, she felt more protected. She had faith, and faith wouldn't allow the forest to be peopled again with scorpions and snakes. Faith would keep her guardian angel awake and watching. She leaned back against the rock again and, all unknowing, fell asleep. It was light when she woke, and a beautiful sun was gilding everything around her. She felt a little cold. Her clothes were grubby, but her soul was rejoicing. She had spent the whole night alone in the forest. She looked everywhere for Magus, knowing that she would not find him. He must be walking in the forest somewhere, trying to commune with God, and perhaps wondering if the girl who would come to see him the previous night had sufficient courage to learn the first lesson of the tradition of the sun. I learned about the dark night, she said to the now silent forest. I learned that the search for God is a dark night, that faith is a dark night, and that is hardly a surprise really, because for us each day is a dark night. None of us knows what might happen even the next minute, and yet still we go forward because we trust, because we have faith. Or who knows, perhaps because we just don't see the mystery contained in the next second. Not that it mattered. What mattered was knowing that she had understood that every moment in the life is an act of faith, that you could choose to fill it with snakes and scorpions or with a strong protecting force. That faith cannot be explained. It was simply a dark night, and all she had to do was to accept it or not. Brida looked at her watch and saw that it was getting late. She had to catch a bus, travel for 3 hours, and think up some convincing excuse to give her boyfriend. He would never believe she had spent the whole night alone in a forest. It is a very difficult thing, the tradition of the sun, she shouted to the forest. I have to my own teacher. And that isn't what I was expecting. She looked at the village town below, mentally traced her path back through the woods and set off. First, though, she turned to the rock again. In a loud, joyous voice, she cried, there is one other thing. You are a very interesting man. Leaning against the trunk of an old tree, the magus watched the girl vanish into the woods. He had listened to her fears and heard her cries during the night. At one point, he had even been tempted to go over and embrace her, to shield her from her terror, saying that she didn't need this kind of challenge. Now he was pleased that he hadn't, and he felt proud that the girl, in all her youthful confusion, was his soulmate. In the center of Dublin, there is a bookshop that specializes in occult studies. It has never advertised in newspapers or magazines. The people who go there do so on the recommendation of others, and the owners is glad to have such a select specialist clientele. Even so, the bookshop is always full. Brida had heard about it and finally managed to get the address from the person teaching the course on astral travel she was currently attending. She went there late one afternoon after work and was delighted with the place. From then on, whenever she could, she would go there to look at the books, but she never bought any because they were all imported and very expensive. She would leaf through them, studying the design and symbols in some of the book and intuitively turning into the vibration of all that accumulated knowledge. She had grown more cautious since her experience with the magus. Sometimes she would bemoan to herself the fact that she only managed to take part in things she could already understand. She sensed that she was missing out on something very important in life, and that if she carried on as she was, she would simply continue to repeat the same experience over and over. And yet she didn't have the courage to change. She needed to be constantly struggling to discover her path. Now that she had experienced the dark night, she knew that she didn't want to find her way through it. And although she was sometimes dissatisfied with herself, she felt unable to go beyond her own limitations. Books were safer. The shelves contained reprints of treatises written hundreds of years ago. It was an area in which very few people dared to say anything new, and in the pages of these books, occult knowledge, distant and remote, seemed to smile at the efforts made by each generation to uncover it. Apart from looking at the books, Brida had another important reason for going to the shop: to observe the other customers. Sometimes she would pretend to be reading some respectable alchemical treatise when she was, in fact, scrutinizing the men and women, usually older than her, who frequented the shop and who know what they wanted and always went to the right shelf. She tried to imagine what they must be like to private. Some looked very wise, capable of awakening forces and powers of which mere mortals knew nothing. Others appeared to be desperately trying to rediscover answers they had long ago forgotten, but without which life had no meaning. She noticed too that the most regular customers always had a word with the owner. They talked about strange things, such as the phases of the moon, the properties of stones, and the correct pronunciation of ritual words. One afternoon, Brida got up sufficient courage to do the same. She was on her way back from work on a day when everything had gone well. She thought she should make the most of that good luck. I know that there are secret societies, she said. She thought this is a good conversational opener. She knew something. But the owner merely looked up from his accounts and stared at her in amazement. I was with the magazine folk, said Brida, rather put out now, and not knowing quite how to continue. He explained to me about the dark night. He told me that the path of wisdom means not being afraid to make mistakes. She noticed that the owner was listening more intently now. If the magus had bothered to teach her something, she must be special. If you know that the dark night is the path, why do you need books? He said at last, and she knew that mentioning the magus that not been a good idea, because that isn't the way I want to learn, she said. The owner looked more closely at the young woman standing before him. While she clearly had a gift, it was nevertheless odd that the magus of folk should have devoted so much time to her. There must be something else. She could be lying. But then again she had spoken of the dark night. You often come here, he said. You arrive, read a few books, but never buy anything. They are too expensive, said Brida, sensing that he wanted to continue the conversation. But I have read other books and I have attended courses. She told him the names of her teachers, hoping to impress him still more. Again things did not go quite as she expected. The owner interrupted her and went to serve another customer who wanted to know if the book he would ordered had come in. An almanac containing the planetary positions for the next 100 years. The owner examined various packages stored underneath the counter. Brida saw that the packages bore stamps from all corners of the world. She was getting more and more nervous. Her initial courage had vanished completely, but she had no option but to wait for the other customer to check that it was the right book, pay for it, receive his change and leave. Only then did the owner turn to her again. I don't know how to continue, said Brida. Her eyes were beginning to fill with tears. What are you good at? Asked the owner. Going after what I believe in. That was the only possible reply. She spent her life in pursuit of what she believed in. The only problem was that she believed in something different every day. The owner wrote a name on the sheet of paper on which he was doing his accounts, tore off the pieces he had written on and held it for a moment in his hand. I am going to give you an address, he said. There was a time when people accepted magical experiences as natural. There were no priestesses then, and no one went chasing after the secrets of the occult. Brida wasn't sure whether he was referring to her or not. "Do you know what magic is?" he asked. "It is a bridge between the visible world and the invisible world." The owner gave her the piece of paper. On it was a phone number and the name, Vika. Brida snatched the paper from him, thanked him and left. When she reached the door, she turned and said, "I also know that magic speaks many languages, even the language of booksellers who pretend to be unhelpful but are, in fact, very generous and approachable." She blew him a kiss and disappeared. The bookseller paused over his accounts and looked at his shop. The magus of folk told her those things. He thought a gift, however good, wasn't reason enough for the magus to take such a interest. There must be some other motive. Vika would find it out. It was time to close the shop. The bookseller had noticed lately that his clientele was starting to change. It was become younger as the old treatise crowding his shelves predicted. Things were finally beginning to return to the place from whence they came. The old building was in the center of town, in a place that is now only visited by tourists in search of a little 19th century romanticism. Brida had to wait a week before Vika would agree to see her, and now she was standing outside a mysterious grey building, struggling to contain her excitement. That building was exactly as she would imagined it would be. It was just the kind of people where the type of person who visited the bookshop should live. There was no lift. She went up the stairs slowly so as not to be out of breath. When she reached the floor she wanted, and when she arrived, she rang the bell of the only door there. Inside, a dog barked. Then, after a brief delay, a slim, elegant, serious-looking woman opened the door. "I phoned earlier," said Brida. Vika indicated that she should come in, and Brida found herself in a living room, entirely painted in white and with examples of modern art everywhere, with paintings on the walls and sculptures and vases on the tables. The light from outside was filtered through white curtains. The room was clearly divided into different areas to accommodate sofas, dining table and well-stocked library. Everything was in very best taste and reminded Brida of the architecture and design magazines she used to look at on the newsstands. It must have cost a fortune, she thought. Vika led Brida into the vast living room, into an area furnished by 2 Italian armchairs in leather and steel. Between the 2 chairs was a low glass table with steel legs. "You are very young," said Vika at last. There was little point in making her usual comment about ballerinas, and so Brida said nothing, waiting to hear that the woman would say next, and meanwhile wondering what such a modern design was doing inside an old building like that. Her romantic idea of the search for knowledge had once again been shaken. "He phoned me," Vika said, and Brida understood that she was referring the bookseller. "I came in search of a teacher. I want to follow the road of magic." Vika looked at Brida. She clearly possessed a gift, but she needed to know why the magus of folk had been so interested in her. The gift on its own was not enough. If the magus had been new to magic, he might have been impressed by the clarity with which the gift manifested itself in the young woman. But he had lived long enough to know that everyone possessed a gift. He was wise to such traps. She got up, went over to one of the bookshelves, and picked up her favorite deck of cards. Do you know how to lay the cards? She asked. Brida nodded. She had done a few courses and knew that the deck in the woman's hand was a tarot deck with 78 cards. She had learned various ways of laying out the tarot and was glad to have a chance to show off her knowledge. However, the woman kept hold of the deck. She shuffled the cards, then placed them face down, in no particular order, on the glass table. This was a method quite unlike by Brida had learned on her courses. The woman sat looking at them for a moment, said a few words in a strange language, then turned over just one of the cards. It was card number 23, a king of clubs. Good protection, she said, from a strong, powerful man with dark hairs. Her boyfriend was neither strong nor powerful, and the mag's hair was grey. Don't think about his physical appearance, said Vika, as if she had read her thoughts. Think of your soulmate. What do you mean, soulmate? Brida was surprised. The woman inspired a strange respect, different from the respect she had felt from the magus or for the bookseller. Vika did not answer the question. She again shuffled the card and again spread them in the same disorderly manner on the table, except that this time the cards were face up. The card in the middle of that apparent confusion was card number 11, a woman forcing open the mouth of a lion. Vika picked up the card and asked Brida to hold it. Brida did so, although without knowing quite what was required for her. In previous incarnation, your stronger side was always a woman, Vika said. What do you mean by soulmate? Brida asked again. It was the first time she had challenged the woman, but it was nonetheless a very timid challenge. Vika remained silent for a moment. A suspicion crossed her mind. For some reason, the magus had not taught the girl about soulmates. Nonsense, she said to herself and brushed the thought aside. The soulmate is the first thing people learn about when they want to follow the tradition of the moon, she said. Only by understanding the soulmate can we understand how knowledge can be transmitted over time. As Vika continued her explanation, Brida remained silent, feeling anxious. We are eternal because we are all manifestation of God, Vika said. That is why we go through many lives and many deaths, emerging out of some unknown place and going towards another equally unknown place. You must get used to the fact that there are many things in magic which are not and never will be explained. God decided to do certain things in a certain way, and why He did this is a secret known only to Him. The dark night of faith, thought Brida, so it existed in the tradition of the moon as well. The fact is that this happens, Vika went on, and when people think of reincarnation, they always come up against a very difficult question. If, in the beginning, there were so few people on the face of the earth, and how there are so many, where did all those new souls come from? Brida held her breath. She had asked herself this question many times. The answer is simple, said Vika, after pausing to savor the young woman's eager silence. In certain reincarnations, we divided into two. Our souls divide as do crystals and stars, cells and plants. Our soul divided into two, and those new souls are in turn transformed into two, and so Within a few generations, we are scattered over a large part of earth. And does only one of these part know who it is? Asked Brida. She had many questions to ask, but she wanted to ask them one at a time, and this seemed the most important. We form part of what the alchemist called the anima mundi, the soul of the world, said Vika, without replying to the question. The truth is that if the anima mundi were merely to keep dividing, it would keep growing, but it would also become gradually weaker. That is why, as well as dividing into two, we also find ourselves. And that process of finding ourselves is called love. Because when a soul divides, it always divides into a male part and a female part. That is how the book of Genesis explained it. The soul of Adam was split into two and Eve was born out of him. Vika stopped suddenly and sat looking at the cards scattered on the table. There are many cards, she said, but they are all part of the same deck. In order to understand their message, we need them all. All are equally important. So it is with the souls. Human beings are all interlinked, like the cards in this deck. In each life, we feel a mysterious obligation to find at least one of those soulmates. The greater love that separated them feels pleased with the love that brings them together again. But how will I know who my soulmate is? Brida felt that this was one of the most important questions she had ever asked in her life. Vika laughed. She had already asked herself that questions and with the same eager anxiety as a young woman opposite her. You could tell your soulmate by the light in their eyes, and since time began, that has been how people have recognized their true love. The tradition of the moon used a different process, a kind of vision that showed a point of light above the left shoulder of your soulmate. But she wouldn't tell the girl that just yet. She might one day learn to see that point of light, or she might not. She would get her answer soon enough. By taking risk, she said to Brida, by risking failure, disappointment, disillusion, but never ceasing in your search for love. As long as you keep looking, you will triumph in the end. Brida remembered the magus saying something similar when he spoke about the path of magic. Perhaps it all the same thing, she thought. Vika started picking up the cards from the table, and Brida sensed that her time was nearly up. Yet there was one other question to ask. Is it possible to meet more than one soulmate in each life? Yes, thought Vika, with a certain bitterness, and when that happens, the hurt is divided, and the result is pain and suffering. Yes, we can meet 3 or 4 soulmates because we are many and we are scattered. The young woman was asking the right question, but she had to avoid answering them. The essence of creation is one and one alone, she said, and that essence is called love. Love is the force that brings us back together in order to condense the experience dispersed in many lives and many parts of the world. We are responsible for the whole earth because we do not know where they might be. Those soulmates we were from the beginning of time. If they are well, then we, too, will be happy. If they are not well, we will suffer. However, unconsciously, a portion of their pain, above all, though we are responsible for re-encountering at least once in every incarnation. The soulmate who is sure to cross our path, even if it is only for a matter of moments, because those moments bring with them a love too intense that it is justifies the rest of our days. The dog barked in the kitchen. Vika finished picking up the cards and looked again at Brida. We can also allow our soulmate to pass us by without accepting him or her or even noticing. Then we will need other incarnation in order to find that soulmate. And because of our selfishness, we will be condemned to the worst torture humankind ever invented for itself, loneliness. Vika got up and shoved Brida to the door. You didn't come here to find out about your soulmate, she said before saying goodbye. You have a gift, and once I know that gift is, I might be able to teach you the tradition of the moon. Brida felt very special. She needed to feel this, for the woman inspired a respect she had felt for very few other people. I will do my best. I want to learn the tradition of the moon, because she thought the tradition of moon doesn't require you to spend the night alone in dark forest. Now listen to me, said Vika sternly. Every day from today, at an hour of your choosing, sit down alone at a table and spread the tarot deck as I did, completely at random. Don't try to understand anything. Simply study the cards. They will teach you all you need to know for the moment. It is like the tradition of the sun. Me teaching myself again, thought Brida as she went down the stairs, and only when she was on the bus did she realize that the woman had spoken of a gift, but she could talk about what at their next meeting. For a whole week, Brida devoted half an hour a day to spreading the tarot cards on the table in the living room. She went to bed at 10 o'clock and set the alarm for 1 in the morning. She would get up, make a quick cup of coffee, and sit down to contemplate the cards, trying to decipher their hidden language. The first night, she was very excited. Brida was convinced that Vika had taught her some kind of secret ritual, and so she tried to spread the cards in exactly the same way, expecting some occult message that to be revealed. After half an hour, apart from a few mirror visions, which she felt were merely the fruits of her imagination, nothing of any great note had happened. She did the same thing on the second night. Vika had said that the card would tell their own story, and to judge by the courses Brida had attended, it was a very ancient story indeed, dating back more than 3,000 years, to a time when mankind was closer to the original wisdom. The pictures seemed to symbol, she thought, a woman forcing open the mouth of a lion, a cart pulled by 2 mysterious animals, a man sitting before a table covered with sundry objects. She had been taught that the deck was a book in which the divine wisdom had noted down the main changes that take place during our journey through life. But its author, knowing that humanity learned more easily from Vika than from virtue, had arranged for this sacred book to be transmitted across the generations in the form of a game. The deck was an invention of the gods. It can't be that simple, thought Brida. Every time she spread the card on the table, she had been taught complicated methods, elaborated systems, and those cards arranged in no particular order began to have a troubling effect on her seasoning. On the third night, she threw the cards down angrily on the floor. For a moment, she thought that this angry reaction might have some magical inspiration behind it. But the results were equally unsatisfactory. Just a few indefinable intuitions, which again she dismissed as mere imaginings. At the same time, the idea of her soulmate didn't leave her for a moment. At first, she felt as if she were going back to her adolescence, the dreams of an enchanted prince crossing mountains and valleys in search of his lady of the glass slipper, or in order to awaken a sleeping beauty with a kiss. Finding your soulmate is something that only happens in fairy tales, she told herself, half joking. Fairy tale had been her first experience of the magical universe that she was now so eager to enter, and more than once she had wondered why people ended up distancing themselves from that world, knowing the immense joy that childhood had brought to their lives. Perhaps because they weren't content with feeling joy, she found the idea slightly absurd, but nevertheless recorded it in her diary as a creative thought. After spending a week obsessed with the idea of the soulmate, Brida became gripped by a terrifying feeling. What if she chose the wrong man? On the 18th night, when she woke up again to carry out her vain contemplation of the tarot cards, she decided to invite her boyfriend out to supper the following night. She chose a very inexpensive restaurant because he always insisted on paying the bill, despite the fact that he earned her less as a research assistant to a physics professor at the university than she earned as a secretary. It was still summer, and they sat out at one of the tables on the pavement by the river. I want to know when the spirits are going to let me sleep with you again, said Lawrence good humoredly. Brida looked at him tenderly. She had asked him not to come to her apartment for 2 weeks, and he had agreed, protesting just warmly enough for her to know how much he loved her. In his way, he too was seeking to understand the mysteries of the universe, and if one day he were to ask her to stay away from him for 2 weeks, she would have to say yes. They dined unhurriedly and largely in silence, watching the boats crossing the river and the people walking past on the pavement. The bottle of white wine on the table was emptied and replaced by another. Half an hour later, they had pushed their 2 chairs together and were sitting, arms around each other, gazing up at the starry summer sky. Just look at that sky, said Lawrence, stroking her hair. What we are looking at now is how the sky would have appeared thousands of years ago. He had told her the same thing on the day they first met, but Brida chose not to interrupt him. This was his way of sharing his world with her. Many of those stars having already died, and yet their light still fills the universe. Other stars were born far away, and their light has not yet reached us, so no one knows what the real sky looks like. She had asked that same question on their first meeting too, but it was good to repeat such delicious moments. We don't know. We study what we can see, but what we see is not always what exists. I want to ask you something. What are we made of? Where did the atom that make up our bodies come from? Lawrence looked up at the ancient sky and said, they were created along with these stars and this river in the first second of the universe's existence. So after that first moment of creation, nothing more was added. No, nothing. Everything moved and continued to move. Everything was transformed and continued to be transformed. But all the matter that existed in the universe now is the same matter from all those billions of years ago, and not so much as in single atom has been added. Brida studied the movement of both river and stars. It was easy to see the river flows across the earth, but it was hard to see the stars moving in the sky, and yet both were moving. Lawrence, she said at last, after a long silence during which They both watched the boat passing. Let me ask, what might seem an absurd question. Is it physically possible that the atoms that make up my body could have been in the body of someone who lived before me? Lawrence stared at her in amazement. What do you mean? What I said. Is such a thing possible? They could be in plants or insects, or they could have turned into helium molecule and be out then, somewhere millions of miles from Earth. But is it possible that the atoms that made up the body of someone who died could be in my body and in someone else's body? He said nothing for a moment, then said, yes, it is. The sound of distant music reached them. It came from a barge crossing the river, and even from far away, Brida could make out the silhouette of a sailor framed in a lighted window. It was a tune that reminded her of her adolescence. It brought back memories of school dances, the smell of her bedroom, the colors of the ribbon she used to tie up her ponytail. Brida realized that Lawrence had never before considered the question she had asked him, and was perhaps at that moment wondering if his own body contained the atom of Viking warriors, of volcanic explosions, or of prehistoric animals that had mysteriously disappeared. But her thoughts were elsewhere. All she wanted to know was this: had the man too tenderly embracing her once been parted of herself? The barge came closer and the music began to fill the air around them. Conversation on the other tables stopped too, everyone eager to find out where the sound was coming from, because everyone had once been an adolescent, attending school dances, and had dreams full of stories about warriors and fairies. I love you, Lawrence. And Brida hoped against hope that this young man, who knew much about the light from the stars, contains a little of the person she had once been. It is no good. I can't do it. Brida sat up in bed and felt for the pocket of cigarettes on the bedside table. Going against all her normal habits, she decided to smoke a cigarette before breakfast. It was another 2 days until she was due to meet Vika again. She knew that during the last 2 weeks she had tried her hardest. She had challenged all her hopes into the method of spreading the cards taught to her by that attractive and mysterious woman, and she had struggled hard not to disappoint her. But the cards refused to reveal these secrets. Each time she had finished the exercise on the previous 3 nights, she had felt like crying. She felt vulnerable and alone, and had a sense that a great opportunity was slipping through her fingers. Once again, she felt that life was not treating her as it treated other people. It gave her every chance to achieve something, and just when she was close to her objective, the ground opened up and swallowed her. That is how it had been with her studies, with certain boyfriends, with certain dreams she had never shared with anyone. She thought of the Magus. Perhaps he could help her, but she had promised herself that she would only go back to folk when she knew enough about magic to face him again. And now it seemed that this would never happen. She lay for a long time in bed before deciding to get up and make breakfast. Finally, she screwed up the necessary resolve and courage to face another day, one more of her daily dark nights. as she had taken to calling them since her experience in the forest. She prepared some coffee, looked at her watch and saw that she still had enough time. She went over to the shelf and searched among the books for the piece of paper the bookseller had given her. To console herself, she thought, there are other paths. She had met the magus, she had met Vika, and she would, in the end, meet the person who could teach her in a way that she could understand. But she knew this was merely an excuse. I am always starting things and then giving up, she thought rather sorely. Perhaps life would soon realize this and stop presenting her with the same opportunities over and over. Or perhaps by always giving up when she had only just started, she had exhausted all possible paths without even taking a single step. But that was how she was, and she felt herself growing, gradually weaker and less able to change. A few years before, she would have felt depressed by her own behavior, but she would at least still have been capable of the occasional heroic gestures. Now, though, she was starting to adapt to her own mistakes. She knew other people who did the same. They too got used to their mistake, and it wasn't long before they began to see them as virtues. And by then it was too late. She considered not phoning Vika and simply disappearing. But what about the bookshop? She wouldn't then have the courage to go there again. If she just disappeared, the bookseller would not be so kind next time. It has happened before. Because of some thoughtless gesture towards one person, I have ended up losing touch with other people I really cared about. She couldn't do the same thing now. She was on a path where valuable contacts were very hard to find. She steeled herself and dialed the number on the piece of paper. Vika answered. I won't be able to come tomorrow, said Brida. No, the plumber can't make it either, replied Vika. For a moment, Brida had no idea what the woman was talking about. Then Vika started complaining about some problem with her kitchen sink and how she would arranged several times for a man to come and fix it, but he never came. She launched into a long story about old buildings, which might look terribly imposing, but which were of course beset by all kinds of problems. Then in the middle of her story about the plumber, Vika suddenly asked, have you got your tarot card handy? Surprised, Brida said that she did. Vika asked her to spread the card on the table because she was going to teach her a method of finding out whether the plumber would not turn up the following day. Feeling even more surprised, Brida did as she was asked. She spread the card and sat staring blankly at the table while she awaited instructions from the other end of the line. The courage to explain the reason for her phone call was gradually fading. Vika was still talking, and Brida decided to listen to her patiently. Perhaps she would become her friend. Perhaps then she would be more tolerant and show her easier way of understanding the tradition of the moon. Vika meanwhile was weaving one topic of conversation seamlessly into another, and having finished her litany of complaint about plumbers, she started describing an argument she would had with the building manager about the caretaker's salary. She then moved on to a report that she would read on old age pensions. Brida accompanied all this with a few affirmative groans. agreeing with everything Vika was saying, but no longer listening. A terrible tedium took hold of her. This conversation with a woman she barely knew regarding plumbers, caretakers and pensioners at that hour in the morning was one of the most boring things she did ever experience. She kept trying to distract herself with the cards on the table, finding little details that she had never noticed before. Now and then Vika would ask if she was still listening, and she did give a number, yes. But her mind was miles away, traveling, wandering about in places never been to before. Every details on the card seemed to push her further on it that journey. All of a sudden, like someone entering a dream, Brida realized that she could no longer hear what Vika was saying. A voice that seemed to come from within, but which she knew came from outside, began to whisper something to her. "Do you understand?" Brida said that she did. "Do you understand?" asked the mysterious voice again. This, however, was on no importance. The tarot cards before her began to show fantastic scenes. Men with bronzed, oiled bodies, wearing only thongs and some sporting masks like the giant heads of fish, cloud raised across the sky, as if everything were moving much faster than normal, and the scene shifted abruptly to a square surrounded by grand buildings where a few old men were urgently telling secrets to a group of young boys, as if some form of very ancient knowledge were about to be lost forever. Add 7 and 8 and you will have my number. I am the devil and I signed the book, said a boy in medieval clothes at what appeared to be a celebration. Drunken men and women smiled out at her. The scene changed yet again to reveal temples carved out of the rock, and then the sky began to be covered by black clouds pierced by brilliant flashes of lightning. A door appeared. It was a heavy door, like the door of an old castle. The door came closer to Brida, and she had a sense that soon she would be able to open it. "Come back," said the voice. "Come back," said the voice on the phone. It was Vika. Brida was annoyed with her for interrupting such a remarkable experience merely to bore her with more talk about caretakers and plumbers. "Just a moment," she replied. She was struggling to find out a door, but everything had vanished. "I know what happened," Vika told her. Brida was stunned, in a state of shock. She couldn't understand what was going on. "I know what happened," Vika said again, in response to Brida's silence. "I won't say anything more about the plumber. I was here last week and fixed everything." Before hanging up, she said would accept Brida at the agreed time. Brida put down the phone without saying goodbye. She sat for a long time, staring at the kitchen wall before subsiding into convulsive, soothing sobs. It was a trick, Vika told a frightened Brida when they sat down again in the Italian armchairs. "I know how you must be feeling," she went on. "Sometimes we set off down a path simply because we don't believe in it. It is easy enough. All we have to do then to prove that it is in the right path for us. However, when things start to happen and the path does reveal itself to us, we become afraid of carrying on." Vika said that she didn't understand why so many people choose to spend their whole life destroying paths they didn't even want to follow, instead of following the one path That would lead them somewhere. I cannot believe it was a trick, protested Brida. She had lost her air of arrogance and defiance. Her respect for Vika had grown considerably. No, the vision wasn't a trick. The trick I am inferring to is the phone. For millions of years, we only ever spoke to someone who would see. Then, in less than a century, seeing and speaking were suddenly separated. We think it is quite normal now and don't realize the huge impact it has on our reflexes. Our body still hasn't got used to it. The practical result is that when we speak on the phone, we often enter a state very similar to certain magical trances. Our mind tunes into another frequency and become more receptive to the invisible world. I know some witches who always keep a pen and paper by the phone, and while they are talking to someone, they sit doodling apparently nonsensical things. When they hang up, they find out their doodles are often symbols from the tradition of the moon. But why did the tarot reveal itself to me? That is the great problem with anyone wanting to study magic, replied Vika. When we sit out on the path, we always have a fairly clear idea of what we hope to find. Women are generally seeking their soulmate, and men are looking for power. Neither party is really interested in learning. They simply want to reach the thing they have set as their goal. But the path of magic, like the path of life, is and always will be the path of mystery. Learning something means coming into contact with a world of which you know nothing. In order to learn, you must be humble, like plunging into the dark night, said Brida. Don't interrupt. There was a note of barely contained irritation in Vika's voice, but Brida realized that it wasn't because of what she would said. Maybe she is angry with the magus, she thought. Perhaps she was once in love with him. They are more or less the same age. I am sorry, she said. That is all right. Vika seemed equally surprised by her own reaction. You were telling me about the tarot. When you were spreading the cards, you always had a preconceived idea of what about happen. You never let the card tell their own story. You were trying to make them confirm what you imagined you know. I realized this when we started talking on the phone. I realized too that it was a sign and that the phone was my ally. So I launched into a very boring conversation and asked you to look at the card. You went into the trace provoked by the phone, and the cards led you into their magical world. Vika suggested that next time Brida was with someone who was talking on the phone, she should take a good look at their eyes. She would be surprised by what she saw. I want to ask something else, said Brida over tea in Vika's surprisingly modern and practical kitchen. I want to know why you didn't let me abandon the path. Because, thought Vika, I want to find out what the magus saw in you. I mean from our gift. What she said was, because you have a gift. How do you know? Easy. By your ears. By my ears? How disappointing, Brida thought to herself. And there was me thinking she could see by aura. Everyone has a gift, but some are born with a more highly developed gift than others. Me, for example, who have to struggle really hard to develop their gift. People who were born with a gift have very small attached earlobes. Instinctively, Brida touched her earlobes. It was truly Do you have a car? No, Brida said. She didn't. Then prepare to spend a fortune on taxi fares, said Vika, getting up. It is time to take our next step. Things are suddenly moving very fast, thought Brida as she got to her feet. Life was beginning to resemble the clouds she had seen in her trance. By around mid-afternoon, they had reached some mountains about 15 miles south of Dublin. We could have made the same trip by bus, Brida grumbled to herself while she paid the taxi. Vika had brought with her a bag and some clothes. If you like, I can wait, said the driver. It is going to be pretty difficult finding another taxi in these parts. This is the middle of now here. Don't worry, said Vika, to Brida's relief. We always get what we want. The driver gave them a strange look and drove off. They were standing before a grove of trees which extended as far as the foot of the nearest mountain. Ask permission to enter, said Vika. The spirits of the forest always appreciate good manners. Brida asked permission. The wood, which had up until then but been just an ordinary wood, seemed suddenly to come to life. Stay on the bridge between the visible and the invisible, said Vika while they walked through the trees. Everything in the universe has life, and you must always try to stay in contact with that life. It understands your language, and the world will begin to take on a different meaning for you. Brida was surprised at Vika's agility. Her feet seemed to levitate above the ground, making almost no noise. They reached the clearing near a huge stone. While she tried to think how that stone could have got there, Brida noticed the ashes from the fire right in the middle of the open space. It was a beautiful place. It would still be some hours before evening, and the sun shone with the warm gold of summer afternoons. Brida were singing, and the light breeze rustled the leaves. They were quite high up, and she could look across and down the horizon. Vika took a kind of cloak out of her bag and put it on over her clothes. Then she placed the bag near the trees so that it couldn't be seen from the clearing. Sit down, she said. Vika was somehow different. Brida couldn't decide whether it was the cloak or the profound respect that the place inspired in her. First of all, I must explain what I am going to do. I am going to find out how the gift manifests itself in you. I can only begin to touch you once I know something about your gift. Vika asked Brida to try and relax. No, surrender herself to the beauty of the place, just as she had then. She had surrendered to the tarot cards. At some point in one of your past lives, you set out along the road of magic. I know this from the tarot vision that you described. Brida closed her eyes, but Vika asked her to open them again. Magical places are always beautiful and deserve to be contemplated. Waterfalls, mountains, and forests are all places where the spirits of earth tend to play and laugh and speak to us. You are in a sacred place, and it is showing you the birds and the wind. Thank God for this, for the birds, the wind, and for the spirits who inhabit in wood. Always stay on the bridge between the visible and the non-visible. Vika's voice was making Brida feel more and more relaxed. She felt an almost religious respect for the moment. The other day, I spoke to you about one of the great secrets of magic, the soulmate. The whole of man's life on the face of earth can be summed up by that search for his soulmate. He may pretend to be running after wisdom, money, or power, but none of that matters. Whatever he achieves will be incomplete if he fails to find his soulmate. With the exception of a few creatures who are descended from the angels and who need solitude in order to encounter God, the rest of humanity will only achieve union with God if, at some point, at some moment in their life, they manage to commune with their soulmate. Brida noticed a strange energy in the air for a few moments, and for some reason she could not explain, her eyes filled with tears. In the night of time, when we were separated, one of those parts was charged with nurturing and maintaining knowledge. Men, he went on to understand agriculture, nature, and the movement of the stars in the sky. Knowledge was always the power that kept the universe in its place and the stars turning in their orbit. That was the glory of man, to nurture and maintain knowledge, and that is why the whole human race was survived. To women, who give something far more subtle and fragile, but without which knowledge made no sense at all. And that thing was transformation. The men left the soil fertile. We sowed seed, and the soil was transformed into trees and plants. The soil needs a seed, and the seeds need the soil. The one only has meaning with the other. It is the same thing with a human being. When male knowledge joins with a female transformation, then the great magical union is created, and its name is wisdom. Wisdom means both to know and to transform. Brida noticed that the wind was growing stronger, and that Vika's voice was leading her again into a trance. The spirits of the forest seemed alive and intent. "Lie down," said Vika. Brida leaned back and stretched her legs. Up above her glowed a deep blue, cloudless sky. "Go in search of your gift. I can't go with you today. But don't be afraid. The more you understand yourself, the more you will understand the world, and the closer you will be to your soulmate." Vika knelt down and looked at the young woman. "She is just as once was," she thought fondly, "in search of a meaning for everything and capable of looking at the world as did the strong, confident women of old, who went quite happy to rule over their own communities." At that time, however, God had been a woman. Vika bent over Brida's today and unbuckled the belt of Brida's jeans, then half unzipped them. Brida's muscles tendered. "Don't worry," said Vika affectionately. She lifted up Brida's t-shirt and revealed her navel. Then she took from the pocket of her cloak a quartz crystal and placed it on Brida's navel. "Now I want you to close your eyes," she said softly. "I want you to imagine the color of the sky, but keep your eyes closed." She took from her cloak a small amethyst and placed it between Brida's closed eyes. "From now on, do exactly as I tell you, and don't worry about anything else. You are in the center of the universe. You can see the stars all around you, and some of the brighter planets. Experience this landscape as something that wraps about you completely, and not like a picture or a screen. Take pleasure on contemplating this universe. There is no need to worry about anything else. Simply concentrate on your own pleasure without any feeling of guilt." Brida saw the starry universe and realized that she could step into it, even while she was listening to Vika's voice. The voice asked her to imagine a vast cathedral in the middle of the universe. Brida duly saw a Catholic cathedral made of dark stone and which ushered through it might seem, appeared from, form a part of the surrounding universe. Walk over to the cathedral and up the steps. Go inside. Brida did as Vika ordered. She went up the cathedral steps, conscious of her bare feet on the cold stone floor. At one point, she had a feeling that there was someone with her, and Vika's voice seemed to emerge from a person walking behind her. I am imagining things, thought Brida, and suddenly remembered what she would been told about the bridge between the visible and the invisible. She mustn't feel afraid of disappointment or failure. Brida was now standing in front of the cathedral door. It was an enormous wrought iron affair, adorned with scenes from the lives of the saints, and totally different from the one she had seen on her journey through the tarot cards. Open the door and go in. Brida felt the cold metal of the handle beneath her hand. Despite the door's great size, it opened easily. She entered the found herself inside a vast church. Notice everything around you, said Vika. Although it was dark outside, light came streaming in through the cathedral's huge stained glass windows. She could make out the pose, the side altar, the decorated columns, and few lit candles. Yet everything seemed somehow empty and abandoned. The posts were covered in dust. Walk over to your left. Somewhere you will find another door, but this time it will be a very small one. Brida walked through the cathedral. She was aware of the unpleasant feeling of the dusty floor beneath her bare feet. Somewhere a friendly voice was guiding her. She knew it was Vika, but she knew too that she no longer had any control over her imagination. She was conscious, and yet she could not disobey what was being asked of her. She found the door. Go in. There is a spiral staircase leading down. Brida had to crouch to get through the door. The wall of staircase were lined with torches fixed to the wall, illuminating the steps. The steps were very clear. Someone had clearly been there before in order to light the torches. You are setting off in search of your past lives. In the cellar of this cathedral is a library. That is where we are going now. We will be waiting at the foot of the staircase. Brida kept going down and down. For how long she didn't know. It made her slightly dizzy. When she did finally reach the bottom, Vika was there in her cloak. It would be easier now. She felt more protected. She was still deep in her trance. Vika opened another door opposite the stairs. I am going to leave you alone here. I will be outside waiting. Choose a book and it will show you what you need to know. Brida didn't even notice that Vika was no longer there. She was staring at the dusty tombs. I really should come here more often and give everything a good clean. Her past was grubby and neglected, and she felt sad to think that she would never read any of this book before. Perhaps they contained important, long forgotten lessons that she could incorporate into her life. She looked at the books on the shelf. All those lives, she thought. If she was so very ancient, she really should be wiser. She wished she could read them all. But she didn't have much time, and she must trust in her intuition. She could come back whenever she wanted, now that she knew the way. She stood for a while not knowing which book to choose. Then she chose one almost at random. It was a fairly slim volume, and Brida took it and sat down on the floor. She placed the book on her lap, but felt afraid. She might open it and find that nothing happened, afraid that she might not be able to read what was written there. I need to take risk. I need to feel the fear of failing, she thought as she opened the book. As soon as she glanced at the pages, she began to feel ill and dizzy again. I am going to faint, she managed to think before everything went dark. She woke with water dripping in her face. She would had a strange, incomprehensible dream about cathedrals floating in the air and libraries crammed with books, and yet she had never been in a library. Lonnie, are you right? No, she wasn't. She couldn't feel her right foot, and she knew this was a bad sign. She didn't feel like talking either, because she didn't want to forget the dream. Lonnie, wake up. She must be feverish, delirious, and yet what she saw in her delirium seemed too intensely real. She wished the person who kept calling to her would stop, because the dream was now fast disappearing before she had managed to grasp its meaning. The sky was cloudy, and the clouds were so low they almost touched the castle's tallest tower. She lay looking up at the clouds. It was just as well she couldn't see the stars. According to the priestess, not even the stars were entirely good. The rain had stopped shortly before she opened the eyes. Lonnie was pleased it had rained, for that meant the castle's water butts would be full. She slowly her gaze from the clouds to the tower, to the bonfires in the courtyard, and the bewildered crowds of people milling around. Talbot, she said softly. He put his arm around her. She left the cold of his armor and the smell of soot in his hair. How much time has passed? What day is it? You have been asleep for 3 days, said Talbot. She looked at Talbot and felt sorry for him. He was thinner, his face grimy, his skin dull. Not that any of this mattered. She loved him. I am thirsty, Talbot. There is no water. The French found the secret passageway. Again she heard the voice inside her head. For a long time she had hated those voices. Her husband was a warrior, a mercenary who spent most of the year away fighting, and she had always been afraid that the voices would tell her that he had died in battle. She had found a way of keeping the voices from speaking to her. She just had to concentrate her mind on an ancient tree near her village. The voices stopped when she did that. Now, however, she was too weak, and the voices had returned. You are going to die, said the voices, but he will be saved. But it rained. Talbot, she said, I need water. It was only a few drops, nothing like enough. Lonnie again looked up at the clouds. They had been there all week and had done nothing but block the sun, making the winter even colder, the castle even gloomier. Perhaps the French Catholic were right. Perhaps God was on their side. A few mercenaries came over them. There were fires burning everywhere, and lonely, and the sudden feeling that she was in hell. The priestess are gathering everyone together, sir, one of them said to Talbot. We were hired to fight, not to die, said another. The French have offered us terms of surrender, replied Talbot. They say that those who convert back to the Catholic faith can live unharmed. The perfect one will not accept, the voices whispered to Lonnie. She knew the perfect ones well. They were the reason she was there and not at home, where she usually waited for Talbot to return from battle. The perfect ones had been vised in that castle for 4 months, and during that time the village woman had used the secret passageway connecting village and castle to bring in food, clothes, and ammunition. During that time they had been able to see their husband, and it was because of them that the fighting had continued. Now, however, the secret passage had been discovered, and she could not go back to the village, nor could any of the other women. She tried to sit up. Her foot didn't hurt anymore. The voices were telling her that this was a bad sign. We have nothing to do with their God. We are not going to die over that, sir, said another soldier. A gong began to sound inside the castle. Talbot got to his feet. Please take me with you, she implored. Talbot looked at his companions and then at the woman who lay trembling before him. For a moment he didn't know what to do. His men were accustomed to war, and they knew that warriors who were in love usually hid during battles. I am going to die. Talbot, take me with you, please. One of the mercenaries glanced at Talbot. She shouldn't be left here alone, he said. The French might start firing again. Talbot pretended to agree. He knew that the French would do no such thing. A truce had been called in order to negotiate the surrender of Montségur, but the mercenary understood that was going on in Talbot's heart. He, too, must be a man in love. He know, you are going to die, the voices said to Lonnie, while Talbot gently picked her up. Lonnie didn't want to listen to what the voices were saying. She was remembering a day when they are walked along together, just like that, through a wheat field on a summer afternoon. She had been thirsty then as well, and they had drunk water from a mountain stream. A crowd of men, soldiers, women, and children were gathered around the great rock that formed part of the western wall of the fortress of Montségur. An oppressive silence hung in the air, and Lonnie knew that this was not out of respect for the priestess, but out of fear for what might happen. The priestess arrived. There were a great many of them, all wearing black cloaks, each embroidered with a huge yellow cross. They sat down on the rock, on the steps, on the grounds, at the foot of the tower. The last to arrive had white hair, and he climbed up to the highest part of the wall. His figure was lit by the flames from the fires, and the wind caught his black cloak. Almost everyone present knelt down and, bending forward, hands pressed together in prayer, beat their head 3 times on the ground. Talbot and his mercenaries remained standing. They had only been hired to fight. We have been granted surrender, said the priest. You are all free to leave. A great sigh of relief came from the crowd. The souls belonging to the other god will remain in the kingdom of this world. The souls belonging to the true God will return to His infinite mercy. The war will continue, but it is not an eternal war, because the other God will be defeated in the end, even though some of the angels have already been corrupted by him. The other God will be vanquished, but not destroyed. He will remain in hell for all eternity, along with the souls he managed to seduce. The people in the crowd stared at a man standing on the wall. They were not so sure now that they wanted to escape and thus suffer for all eternity. The gathered church is the true church. The priest went on. Thanks to Jesus Christ and to the Holy Spirit, we have achieved communion with God. We do not need to reincarnated. We do not need to return to the kingdom of the other God. Lonnie noticed that 3 priestess bearing Bibles had stepped forward. The consolamentum will now be distributed to those who wish to die with us. Down below, the fire awaits. It will be a horrible death involving terrible suffering. It will be a slow death, and the pain of the flame during burning your flesh will be unlike any you have experienced before. However, not all of you will have that honor, only the true cathars. The others will be condemned to live. 2 women shyly went up to the priestess who were holding the Bibles. An adolescent boy wrecked himself free from his mother's arms and joined them. 4 mercenaries approached Talbot. We want to receive the sacrament, sir. We want to be baptized. This is how the tradition survives, said the voices, because people are willing to die for an idea. Lonnie waited to hear Talbot's decision. The mercenaries had fought all their lives purely for money until they met these people prepared to fight only for what they deemed to be right. Talbot finally nodded his assent, even though it meant losing some of his best men. Let us go, said Lonnie. Let us go over to the walls. They said that anyone who wants to can leave. It is better that we rest. Lonnie, you are going to die, whispered the voices again. I want to see the Pyrenees. I want to see the valley one more time. Talbot, you know that I am going to die. Yes, he know. He was a man accustomed to battlefields, and he could tell when a wound would prove to be the death of one of his soldiers. Lonnie's wound had been open for 3 days, poisoning her blood. Those whose wound did not heal might last 2 days or 2 weeks, but never longer than that. And Lonnie was close to death. Her fever had passed. Talbot knew that this too was a bad sign. As long as the food hurt and the fever burned, that meant the organism was still fighting. Now the struggle was over, and it was only a matter of time. You are not afraid, said the voices. No, Lonnie wasn't afraid. Even as a child, she had known that death was merely another beginning. At that time, the voices had been her great companions. They had faces, bodies, and gestures visible only to her. They were people who came from different worlds. They talked to her and never let her feel lonely. She would had a very interesting childhood, playing with the other children, but using her invisible friends to shift objects around and make strange noises that startled her companions. Her mother was glad that they lived in a Qadar country. If the Catholics were here, you would be burned alive, she used to say. The Cathars paid no attention to such things. They believed that the good were good and bad were bad, and that no force in the universe could change this. Then the French arrived, saying that there was no Cathar country, and since the age of 8, all she had known was war. The war had brought her one very good thing. Her husband, hired in some distant land by the Cathar priestess, who never themselves took up arms. But it brought something bad too, the fear of being burned alive, because the Catholics were moving ever closer to her village. She began to feel afraid of her invisible friends, and they gradually disappeared from her life. However, the voices remained. They continued to tell her what was going to happen and how she should behave. But she didn't want their friendship because they always knew too much. Then one voice taught her the trick of thinking about that ancient tree, and she hadn't heard the voices that all since the last crusade against the Cathars had begun, and the French Catholics had continued to win battle after battle. Today, though she didn't have the strength to think about the tree, the voices were back, and she didn't mind. On the contrary, she needed them. They would show her the path once she was dead. Don't worry about me, Talbot. I am not afraid of dying, she said. They reached the top of the wall. A cold, relentless wind was blowing. The Talbot drew his cloak more tightly about him. Lonnie didn't feel the cold anymore. She couldn't see the lights of the town on the horizon and the lights of the encampment at the foot of the mountain. All among the valley bottom, bonfires were lit. The French soldiers were awaiting the final decision. The notes from a flute wafted up below along with the sound of voices singing. It is the soldiers, said Talbot. They know they could die at any moment, and that is why, for them, life is one long celebration. Lonnie felt suddenly furious with life. The voices were telling her that Talbot would meet other women, have children, and grow rich, on that he plundered from cities. But he will never love anyone as he has loved you, because you are part of him forever, said the voices. Lonnie and Talbot, their arms about each other, remained for a while gazing down on the landscape below, listening to the soldiers singing. Lonnie sensed that the mountain had been the setting of other wars in the past, a past so remote that not even the voices could remember it. We are eternal, Talbot. That is what the voices used to tell me in the days when I could see their bodies and faces. Talbot knew about his wife's gift, but she had not mentioned it for a long time. Perhaps it was the effect of the fever, and yet no one life is the same as any other life. It might be that we will never meet again, and I need you to know that I would love you all my life. I loved you even before I met you. You are part of me. I am going to die, and since tomorrow is as good a day to die as any, I would like to die with the priestess. I have never understood their ideas about the world, but they have always understood me. I want to accompany them into the next life. I might prove to be a good guide because I have visited those worlds before. Lonnie thought how ironic fate was. She had been afraid of the voices because they might set her on the path that would lead her to the fire. And yet, there the fire was waiting for her. Talbot looked at his wife. Her eyes were growing dull, and yet she still remained the same peculiar charm that had first drawn him to her. He had never told her certain things about the woman he received as part of booty of battle, the woman he met while he was traveling the world, the woman who were expecting him to return one day. He hadn't told her this because he was certain that she knew everything anyway and forgave him because he was her great love, and a great love is above the things of this world. But there was something else he had never told her, and which she would possibly never knew, that she, with her affection and her gaiety, had been largely responsible for him having rediscovered the meaning of life, that her love had driven him to the far corners of the earth because he needed to be rich enough to buy some land and live in peace with her for the rest of his days. It was his utter confidence in this fragile creature, whose life was now fading fast, that had made him fight with honor, because he knew that after the battle he could forget all the horrors of wearing her arms, and that, despite all the woman he had known, only there in her arm could be close his eyes and sleep like a child. "Go and call the priest, Telbo," she said. "I want to be baptized." Telbo hesitated for a moment. Only warriors choose how they will die, but that woman had given her life for love, and perhaps for her love was a strange form of war. He got up and walked down the steps in the wall. Lonnie tried to concentrate on the music coming from below, and which was somehow making dying easier. Meanwhile, the voices kept talking. In her life, every woman can make use of 4 rings of revelation. You have used only one, the wrong one, they said. Lonnie looked at her fingers. They were torn and cracked, the nails filthy. There was no ring. The voices laughed. "You know that we mean," they said, "the virgin, the saint, the martyr, and the witch." Lonnie knew in her heart what the voices were saying, but she couldn't remember what it meant. She had heard about it a long time ago, in an age when people dressed differently and saw the world differently too. She would have another name then, and had spoken another language. They are the 4 ways in which a woman can commune with the universe, the voice said, as if it were important for her to recall these ancient things. The Virgin has the power of both man and woman. She is condemned to solitude, but solitude reveals its secrets. That is the price paid by the Virgin, to need no one, to wear herself out in her love for others, and through solitude to discover the wisdom of the world. Lonnie was still looking at the encampment down below. Yes, she knew these things. And the martyr, the voices went on. The martyr has the power of those who cannot be harmed by pain and suffering. She surrenders herself, suffer, and through sacrifice discovers the wisdom of the world. Lonnie again looked at her hands, there, shining invisibly. She saw the ring of the martyr encircling one of her fingers. You could have chosen the revelation of the saint, even if it wasn't the right ring for you, the voice said. The saint has the courage of those who giving his the only way of receiving. They are a bottomless well from which people can constantly draw water to drink, and if the well runs dry, the saint offers her blood, as that other need, never go thirsty. Through surrender, the saint discovered the wisdom of the world. The voice fell silent. Lonnie heard Talbot coming up the stone steps. She knew which ring should have been hers in that life, because it was the one she had worn in all her past lives, when she had been known by other names and had spoken other tongues. With that ring, the wisdom of the world was discovered through pleasure. But she didn't want to think about that now. The ring of the martyr was shining, invisible, on her finger. Talbot came closer, and suddenly, when she gazed up at him, Lonnie noticed that the night had a magical glow to it, as if it were a sunny day. "Wake up," said the voices, but these were different voices, which she had never heard before. She felt someone rubbing her left wrist. "Come on, Brida, get up." She opened her eyes and immediately closed them again, because the light from the sky was so intense. What a strange thing death was. "Open your eyes," said Vika. But she needed to go back to the castle. A man she loved had gone off in search of a priest. She couldn't just run away. He was alone and he needed her. "Tell me what your gift is." Vika didn't give her time to think. She knew she had been through something extraordinary, which more powerful than her experience with the tarot cards. Yet still she didn't give her time to think. She neither understood nor respected her feelings. All she wanted was to find out what her gift was. "Talk to me about your gift," Vika insisted. Brida took a deep breath, holding in her anger. But there was no escape. The woman would keep insisting until she told her what she wanted to know. "I was a woman in love with." Vika quickly covered Brida's mouth. Then she stood up, made a few strange gestures in the air, and turned back to her. "God is the word. Always be very careful what you say in any situation and at any moment." Brida didn't understand why Vika was behaving like this. God manifests himself in everything, but the word is one of his most favored method of doing so, because the word is thought transformed into vibration. You are projecting into the air around you something which before was only energy. Take great care with everything you say, Vika said again. The word has more power than many rituals. Brida still didn't understand. The only way she had of describing her experience was through words. "When you spoke of a woman," Vika explained, "you were not that woman. You were part of her. Other people might well have the same memory as you." Brida felt robbed. That woman had been so strong, and she didn't want to share her with anyone. Besides, there was Talbot too. "Talk to me about your gift," Vika said yet again. She couldn't allow the girl to be too dazzled with the experience. This form of time travel often brought problems. "I have so many things to tell, and I need to talk to you, because no one else will believe me. Please," begged Brida. She began to tell her everything, from the moment when the rain was dripping on her face. She had a chance, and she couldn't waste it. That chance to be with someone who believed in the extraordinary. She knew that no one else would listen to her with the same respect, because people were afraid of discovering that life was magical. They were used to their house, their job, their expectations, and if someone turned up saying that it was possible to travel in time, that it was possible to see castles adrift in the universe, tarot cards that told stories, men who walked through the dark night, people who had never experienced such a thing would feel that life had cheated them. Life, as far as they were concerned, was the same every day, every night, every weekend. That is why Brida needed to seize that chance. If words were God, then let it be recorded on the air around her that she had travelled back in time and that she remembered every detail as if it were now, as if it were the wood where they were right now. And so, when later on someone managed to prove to her that none of this had happened, when time and space made her doubt it all, when she herself was convinced that it had been mere illusion, the words spoken that evening there in the wood would still be vibrating in the air, and at least one person, someone for whom magic was part of life, would know that it had really happened. She described the castle, the priestess in the black and yellow robes, the valley filled with fires, the husband thinking thoughts that she could read without him speaking them. Vika listened patiently, only showing any interest when she told her about the voices that appeared in Loni's mind. Then she could interrupt and ask if the voices were male or female. They were both. If they expressed any particular emotion, aggression or sympathy. No, they were impersonal. And if she could summon up the voices whenever she wished. She didn't know. She hadn't had time to find out. All right, we can leave now, said Vika, taking off her cloak and putting it back in her bag. Brida was disappointed. She thought she might receive some words or praise, or at the very least some explanation. But Vika resembled one of those doctors who study their patient very coolly and objectively, more interested in nothing down symptoms than in understanding the pain and suffering caused by those symptoms. They made the long journey back. Whenever Brida tried to raise the subject again, Vika would show the sudden interest in the increase in cost of living, in the rush hour traffic jam and the difficulties she was having with the manager of the building where she lived. Only when they were once more sitting in the usual two armchairs did Vika comment on Brida's experience. I just want to say one thing to you, she said. Don't bother trying to explain your emotions. Leave everything as intensely as you can and keep whatever you felt as a gift from God. If you think that you won't be able to stand a world in which living is more important than understanding, then give up magic now. The best way to destroy the bridge between the visible and the invisible is by trying to explain your emotions. Emotions were like wild horses, and Brida knew that reason could never entirely master them. Once, when a boyfriend left her, giving no explanation, she had stayed at home for months, going over and over his many defects and the 1,001 thing that had been wrong with their relationship. Yet she woke up every morning thinking about him and knowing that if he found her, she would probably agree to meet. The dog in the kitchen barked. Brida knew this was a sign that her visit was over. Oh, please, we haven't even talked about what happened, she cried, and there are 2 questions I simply must ask. Vika stood up. The girl always found a way of leaving any important questions to the very last moment, just when it was time for her to leave. I want to know if the priestess I saw really existed. I have extraordinary experiences, and less than 2 hours later, we are trying to convince ourselves that it was the mere product of our imagination, said Vika, going over to the bookshelves. Brida remembered that when they were in the wood, she herself had been thinking about people who were afraid of the extraordinary, and she felt ashamed of herself. Vika returned, bearing a book, The Cathars, or the Perfect Ones, were the priestess of a church found in the south of France at the end of the 12th century. They believed in reincarnation and in the existence of absolute good and absolute evil. The world was divided into chosen and the lost, which meant that there was no point in trying to convert anyone. The Cathars, in deference to worldly values, led many of the feudal lords in the Languedoc region to adopt their region as a way of avoiding having to pay the heavy taxes imposed at the time by the Catholic Church. Equally, since it had been decided that birth who was good and who was bad, the Cathars were very tolerant in their attitude to sex and, in particular, in their attitude to women. They were only strict about such matters with those who had been ordained as priestess. Everything was fine until Catharism started to spread. The Catholic Church felt threatened and called for a crusade against the heretics. For 40 years, Cathars and Catholics fought bloody battles, but the logistic forces, with the support of various other nations, finally managed to destroy all the towns that had adopted the new religion. Only the fortress of Montségur in the Pyrenees remained, and the Cathars besieged there held out until the French discovered the secret passageway through which they had been receiving supplies. One March morning in 1244, after the surrender of the castle, 220 Cathars hurled themselves, singing, into the huge bonfire lit at the bottom of the mountain on which the castle had been built. Vika said all this with the book still closed on her lap. Only when she had finished her story did she open it and leaf through it, looking for a photograph. Brida saw the ruined building, with the tower almost completely destroyed, but with the walls intact. There was the courtyard, the steps Loni and Telbo had climbed, the rock that formed part of the wall, and the tower. You said there was another question you wanted to ask me. The question was of no importance now. Brida could hardly think straight. She felt odd. With some effort, she managed to remember what it was she had wanted to ask. I want to know why you are wasting your time with me. Why you want to teach me? Because that is what the tradition is telling me to do, replied Vika. In your successive incarnations, you changed very little. You belong to the same group as people like myself and my friends. We are the one charged with maintaining the tradition of the moon. You are a witch. Brida paid no attention to that Vika was saying. It didn't even occur to her to make another appointment to meet. All she wanted at that moment was to leave, to be among ordinary things that would bring her back to her familiar words. A damp stain on the wall, a packet of cigarettes discarded on the floor, some letters left on the porter's desk. I have to work tomorrow. She was suddenly concerned about the time. On her way back home, she started pondering her company's invoicing system for exports and came up with a way of simplifying certain administrative procedures. She felt very pleased. Her boss might approve of what she was doing and, who knows, give her a raise. She got home, had a supper and watched a bit of television. Then she wrote down her thoughts about invoicing on a piece of paper and fell, exhausted, into bed. The invoicing of exports had taken on great importance in her life. That, after all, was what she was paid to do. Nothing else existed. Everything else was a lie. For a whole week, Brida woke promptly, worked hard at the office and received due praise from her boss. She didn't miss one of her classes and took an interest in everything printed in all the magazines at the news agents. All she needed was to avoid thinking, whenever thoughts surfaced, of her meeting with a magus in the forest or with which in the city. She immediately drove them out by reminding herself that she had exams next week, or by recalling a remark made by one female friend about another. Friday came around and her boyfriend met her outside the university to go to cinema. Afterwards, they went to their usual bar, talked about the film, their colleagues, and about their respective jobs. They bumped into friends who were on their way back from a party and decided to join them for supper, grateful that in Dublin you could always find a restaurant open. At 2 o'clock in the morning, they said goodbye to their friends and decided to go back to her place. As soon as they got in, she put on a record by Iron Butterfly and poured them each a double whiskey. They lay on the sofa with their arms around each other, silent and abstracted, while he stroked her hair and her breasts. "It has been a really crazy week," she said suddenly. "I worked non-stop, prepared for my exam and did all the shopping." The record finished, she got up to turn it over. "You know, the cupboard door in the kitchen, the one that had come unstuck. Well, I finally managed to arrange a date for someone to come and fix it. And I had to go to the bank several times as well. Once to collect some money and Dad sent me, and again to deposit some check for the firm, and then." Lawrence was staring at her. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked rather aggressively. Who was this man lying on the sofa, staring at her, incapable of saying anything of interest? It was quite absurd. She didn't need him. She didn't need anyone. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked again. But he said nothing. He merely stood up, went over to her and very tenderly led her back to the sofa. "You are not listening to anything I say," said Brida, confused. Lawrence put his arm around her. "Emotions are like wild horses," she thought. "Tell me everything," Lawrence said sweetly. "I will listen and respect whatever decision you make, even if you have met someone else, even if this is goodbye. We have been together for a while now. I may not know you that well. I mean, I don't know exactly who you are, but I know who you are not. And you haven't been yourself all night." Brida felt like crying, but she would shed so many tears already over dark nights, talking tarot cards and enchanted forests. Emotions really were like wild horses. and all she could do now was set them free. She sat down in front of him, remembering that the Magus and Vika both favored that position. Then she gave him a complete account of everything that had happened since her meeting with Magus in the forest. Lawrence listened in total silence. When she told him about the photograph of Monsignor, Lawrence asked if she had perhaps heard about the Cathars in one of her university courses. Look, I know you don't believe a word of that, what I have told you, she retorted. You think it was my unconscious mind that I just remembered things I already knew. But no, Lawrence, I had never heard of the Cathars before. But you, of course, have an explanation for everything. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Lawrence got to his feet, picked up a piece of paper and made 2 holes in it, about 8 inches apart. He placed the sheet of paper on the table, leaning it against the whiskey bottle so that it was vertical. Then he went into the kitchen and returned, bearing a cork. He sat at the head of the table, pushed the piece of paper and the bottle to the other end, and put the cork in front of him. Come over here, he said. Brida got up. She was trying to hide her shaking hands, not that he appeared to notice. Let us pretend that this cork is an electron, one of the small particles that make up the atom. Do you understand? She nodded. Right. Well, listen carefully. If I had certain highly complicated bit of apparatus with me that would allow me to shoot an electron in the direction of that piece of paper, it would pass through the 2 holes at the same time, except that it would do so without splitting into 2. I don't believe it, she said. That is impossible. Lawrence took the piece of paper and threw it away. Then, being a tidy person, he put the cork back where he belonged. You may not believe it, but it is true. It is something that scientists know but can't explain. I don't believe a thing you have told me, but I know that it is true. Brida's hands were still shaking, but she wasn't crying, and she didn't lose control. What she noticed was that the effect of the alcohol had completely worn off. She was strangely lucid. And what do scientists do when confronted by these mysteries? They enter the dark night. To use a term you taught me, we know that the mystery won't ever go away, and so we learn to accept it, to live with it. I think the same thing happens in many situations in life. A mother bringing up a child must feel that she is plunging into the dark night too. Or an immigrant who travels to a far-off country in search of work and money. They believe that their efforts will be rewarded and that one day they will understand what happened along the way, which at the time seemed to very frightening. It isn't explanations that carry us forward. It is our desire to go on. Brida suddenly felt immensely tired. She needed to sleep. Sleep was the only magical kingdom into which she could freely enter. That night she had a beautiful dream full of seas and leafy islands. She woke in the early hours and was glad that Lawrence was there beside her. She got up and went over the bedroom window, where she looked out over the sleeping city of Dublin. She thought of her father, who used to do just that whenever she woke feeling frightened. The memory brought with it another scene from her childhood. She was on the beach with her father, and he asked her to go and see what the temperature of the water was like. She was 5 years old and glad to be able to help. She went to the water's edge and dipped in a toe. I put my feel in and it's cold, she told him. Her father picked her up and carried her down to the water again and, without any warning, threw her in. She was shocked at first, but then laughed out loud at the trick he did played. How is the water? Asked her father. It is lovely, she replied. Right. From now on, whenever you want to find out about something, plunk straight in. She had quickly forgotten this lesson. She may only have been 21, but she had already nurtured many enthusiasms which she had abandoned as quickly as she had taken them up. She wasn't afraid of difficulties. What frightened her was being forced to choose one particular path. Choosing a path meant having to miss out on others. She had a whole life to live, and she was always thinking that in future she might regret the choices she made now. I am afraid of committing myself, she thought to herself. She wanted to follow all possible paths and so ended up following none. Even in that most important area of her life, love, she had failed to commit herself. After her first romantic disappointment, she had never again given herself entirely. She feared pain, loss, and separation. These things were inevitable on the path to love, and the only way of avoiding them was by deciding not to take that path at all. In order not to suffer, you had to renounce love. It was like putting out your own eyes in order not to see the bad things in life. Life is so complicated. You had to take risk, follow some path, and abandon others. She remembered Vika telling her about people who followed certain paths only to prove that they weren't the right one, but that wasn't as bad as choosing a path and then spending the rest of your life wondering if you would made the right choice. No one could make a choice without feeling afraid. That was the law of life. That was the dark night, and no one could escape the dark night, even if they never made a decision, even if they lacked the courage to change anything, because that in itself was a decision, a change, except without the benefit of the treasure hidden in the dark night. Lawrence might be right. In the end, they would laugh at their initial fears, just as she had laughed at the snakes and scorpions she had imagined were there in the forest. In her despair, she had forgotten that Ireland's patron saint, St. Patrick, had long ago driven out all the snakes. I am so glad you exist, Lawrence, she said softly, afraid that he might hear. She went back to bed and soon fell asleep. Before she did, though, she remembered another story about her father. It was Sunday, and they, all the family, were having lunch at her grandmother's house. She must have been about 14, and she was complaining about not being able to do a piece of homework because every time she started, it went wrong. Perhaps the times when it goes wrong are teaching you something, said her father, but Brida was sure that she would taken the wrong path and that there was no way to put things right. Her father took her by the hand and led her into the living room, where her grandmother used to watch television. There was a large, antique grandfather clock, which had stopped years before because it could no longer be repaired. Nothing in the world is ever completely wrong, my dear, said her father, looking at the clock. "Even a stopped clock is right twice a day." She walked from some time in the wooded mountains before she found the magus. He was sitting on a rock near the top of the mountain, contemplating the valley and the mountains to the west. It was a valley, beautiful view, and Brida recalled that spirits preferred such places. "Is God only the God of beauty?" she asked as she approached. "If so, what about the ugly people and place of the world?" The magus did not reply. Brida felt embraced. "You probably don't remember me. I was here 2 months ago. I spent the whole night alone in the forest. I promised myself that I would only come back when I had discovered my path. I have met a woman called Vika." The magus started, but realized with relief that the girl hadn't noticed. Then he smiled to himself at the irony of fate. "Vika told me that I am a witch," the girl went on. "Don't you trust her?" This was the first question the magus had asked since she arrived, and Brida was pleased to know that he was actually listening to what she was saying. Up until then, she hadn't been sure. "Yes, I trust her," she said, "and I trust in the tradition of the moon. But I know, too, that the tradition of sun helped me by forcing me to understand about the dark night. That is why I came back." "Then sit down and enjoy the sunset," said the magus. "I am not staying alone in the forest again," she replied. "The last time I was here." The magus interrupted her. "Don't say that. God is in the word." Vika had said much the same thing. "What did I say wrong?" "If you say it was the last time, it might well turn out to be the last. What you meant was the most recent time I was here." Brida was worried. She would have to take great care with her words from now on. She decided to sit quietly and do as the magus said and watch the sunset. Doing so made her nervous. It would not be dark for nearly an hour, and she had a lot of talk about and many things to say and ask. Whenever she sat still, just looking at something, she got the feeling that she was wasting precious time when she should be doing things or meeting people. She could be spending her time so much better because there was still so much to learn. And yet, as the sun sank lower to the horizon and the clouds filled up with rays of gold and pink, Brida had the feeling that what she was struggling for in life was exactly this: to be able to sit one day and contemplate just such a sunset. "Do you know how to pray?" asked Magus at one point. Of course she did. Everyone knew how to pray, right? As soon as the sun touches the horizon, say a prayer. In the tradition of sun, it is through prayers that we commune with God. A prayer, when couched in the word of the soul, is far more powerful than any ritual. "I don't know how to pray because my soul is silent," said Brida. The magus laughed. "Only the truly enlightened have silent souls. So why can't I pray with my soul then?" "Because you lack the humility to listen to it and find out what it wants. You are embraced to listen to the urging of your soul and afraid to take those requests to God because you think He doesn't have time to concern Himself with them." She was watching a sunset sitting beside a sage. However, as always happened at such moments, she had the feeling that she didn't deserve to be there. It is true, that I feel unworthy. I always think the spiritual search was made for people better than me. Those people, if they exist, don't need to search for anything. They are the manifestation of the Spirit. The search was made for people like us. He had said, and yet he was a long way ahead of her. God is God in both the tradition of moon and the tradition of sun, said Brida, believing that the tradition were the same and only difference in the ways in which they were taught. So teach me how to pray. The magus turned to face the sun and closed his eyes. We are human beings, Lord, and we do not know our own greatness. Lord, give us the humility to ask for what we need, because no desire is vain and no request is futile. Each of us knows how best to feed our own soul. Give us the courage to see our desires as coming from the fount of your eternal wisdom. Only by accepting our desires can we begin to understand who we are. Amen. No, it is your turn, said Magus. Lord, help me understand that all the good things in life that happen to me, to do so because I deserve them. Help me understand that what moves me to seek out your truth is the same force that moved the saints. And the doubts I have are the same doubt that the saints had, and my frailties are the same frailties. Help me to be humble enough to accept that I am no different from other people. Amen. They sat in silence, watching the sunset, until the last ray of sun left the clouds. Their souls were praying, asking for wishes to be granted and giving thanks that they were together. Let us go to the pub, said the Magus. Brida and Magus began to walk back. Again she remembered the day when she had first gone there in search of him. She promised herself that she would go over his story only one more time. She didn't need to keep trying to convince herself. The Magus studied the girl walking ahead of him and trying to look as if she knew where she was putting her feet amongst the damp earth and the stones, but stumbling repeatedly. His heart grew lighter for a moment, then immediately grew guarded again. Sometimes certain of God's blessings arrive by shattering all the windows. It was so good to have Brida by his side, thought the Magus as they walked back down the mountain. He was just like other men, with the same frailties and the same virtues, and he still wasn't used to the role of teacher. At first, when people used to come to that forest from all over Ireland to hear his teachings, he spoke of the tradition of the sun and asked people to understand what lay around them. God had stored his wisdom where then they were all capable of understanding it by performing a few simple rituals. The way of teaching the tradition of sun had been described 2000 years before by the Apostle Paul, and I was with you in weakness and in much fear and trembling, and my speech and my message were not in possible words of wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit and of power, that your faith might not rest in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. Yet people seemed incapable of understanding him when he talked to them about the tradition of sun, and were disappointed because he was a man just like other men. He said it didn't matter. He was a teacher, and all he was doing was giving each person the necessary means to acquire knowledge, but they needed much more. They needed a guide. They didn't understand about the dark night. They didn't understand that any guide through the dark night would only illuminate with his torch what he himself wanted to see. And if any chance that torch should go out, the people would be lost because they didn't know the way back, but they needed a guide, and to be a good teacher, he too had to accept the needs of others. So he started padding out his teaching with unnecessary but fascinating things that everyone could accept and understand. The method worked. People learned the tradition of the sun, and when they finally realized that many of the things the magus had told them to do were absolutely useless, they laughed at themselves. And the magus was glad because he had finally learned how to teach. Brida was different. Her prayer had deeply touched the magus' soul. She had understood that no human being who has walked this planet was or is different from the others. Few people were capable of saying out loud that the great teachers from the past had the same qualities and the same defects as all men, and that this in no way diminished their ability to search for God. Judging oneself to be inferior to other people was one of the worst acts of pride he knew, because it was the most destructive way of being different. When they reached the bar, the magus ordered 2 whiskies. Look at the other customers, Brida said. They probably come here every night. They probably always do the same thing. The magus was suddenly not so sure that Brida really did consider herself to be the same as everyone else. You concern yourself too much with other people, he replied. They are a mirror of yourself. Yes, I know. I thought, I know what made me happy and what made me sad. Then suddenly, I realized that I need to think again, but it is very hard. What made you change your mind? Love. I know a man who makes me feel complete. 3 days ago, he showed me that his world is full of mysteries too, and that I am not alone. The magus remained impassive, but he was remembering the thought he would had earlier about God's blessings sometimes shattering windows. Do you love him? What I have realized is that I could love him still more. Even if I learn nothing new on this path, at least I will have learned one important thing. We have to take risk. He had been making great plans for that night. As they walked down the mountain, he wanted to show how much he needed her, to show that he was just like other men, weary of so much solitude. But all she wanted were answers to her questions. There is something strange about the air here, Brida said. The atmosphere appeared to have changed. It is the messengers, said the magus, artificial demons, those who do not form part of God's left arm, those who do not lead us to the light. His eyes were shining. Something really had changed, and there he was talking about demons. God created the legion of his left arm in order to improve us, so that we would know what to do with our mission, he went on. But he put man in charge of concentrating the powers of darkness and creating his own demons. And what he was doing now? But we can concentrate the forces of good too, said the girl, somewhat alarmed. No, we cannot. He needed to be distracted. If only she would ask him something. He didn't want to create a demon in the tradition of the sun. They were called messengers, and they could do great good or great evil. Only the most important teachers were allowed to invoke them. He was one of those teachers, but he didn't want to invoke such a messenger now, because a messenger could be a dangerous force, especially when mixed up with disappointments in love. Brida was confused by his response. The magus was behaving strangely. "We can't concentrate the force of good," he said again, trying hard to focus on what he was saying. "The force for good is always diffused like light. When you give off positive vibrations, you benefit all humankind. But when you concentrate the force of messenger, you are only benefiting or harming yourself." His eyes were still shining. He called over the landlord and paid the bill. "Let us go to my place," he said. "I am going to make some tea and you can tell me about the really important questions in your life." Brida hesitated. He was an attractive man and she was an attractive woman. That night, she feared, might put an end to her apprenticeship. "I must take risk," she said to herself again. The magus lived a little way outside the village. Brida noticed that although his house was very different from Vika's, it was equally comfortable and just as tastefully decorated. However, there wasn't a book in sight. It was mainly empty space and a few bits of furniture. They went into the kitchen to make tea, then came back to the living room. "Why did you come here today?" asked Magus. "I promised myself that I would, once I know something." "And what do you know?" "Well, I know a little. I know that the path is simple and therefore more difficult than I thought. But I will simplify my soul. Anyway, my first question is, why are you wasting your time with me?" "Because you are my soulmate," thought the magus. But he said, "Because I need someone to talk to." "What do you think of the path I have chosen? The tradition of the moon?" The magus needed to tell the truth, even though he wished the truth was different. "It was your path. Vika is quite right. You are a witch. You will learn to use time's memory to discover the lessons that God taught." And he wondered why life was like this, why he had met his soulmate only to find that the one way she could learn was through the tradition of the moon. "I only have one more question," said Brida. It was getting late. Soon there would be no more buses. "I need to know the answer, and I know that Vika won't teach it to me. I know this because she is a woman like me. She will always be my teacher. But on this topic, she will always be a woman. I want to know how to find my soulmate. He is right here with you," thought the magus, but again said nothing. He went over to one corner of the room and turned out the lights. Only a kind of acrylic sculpture remained lit. Brida hadn't noticed when she came in. It contained some sort of liquid, and bubbles rose and fell inside it, filling the room with red and blue lights. "We have met twice now," said Magus, his eyes fixed on the sculpture. "I only have permission to teach through the tradition of the sun. The tradition of the sun awakens in people the ancestral knowledge that they possess." "How do I find my soulmate?" "Through the tradition of sun." "That is what everyone here to earth's searching for," the magus said, unwittingly echoing Vika's words. Perhaps they would be taught by the same teacher, Brida thought. And the tradition of the sun, placed in the world for everyone to see, the sign that someone is their soulmate, a particular light in the eye. I have seen lots of different kinds of light in lots of people's eyes, Brida said. Today, for example, I saw your eyes shining. That is what everyone looks for. She is forgotten her prayer, thought the magus. She thinks she is different from everyone else. She is incapable of recognizing what God is generous enough to show her. I don't understand eyes, she insisted. Tell me instead how people discover their soulmate through the tradition of moon. The magus turned to her, his eyes cold and expressionless. You are sad, she said, and you are sad because I am still incapable of learning through the simple thing. What you don't understand is that people suffer. They search and search for love, not knowing that they are fulfilling the divine mission of finding their soulmate. You forgot because you are a wise man and don't think about what it is like for ordinary people. That I carry millennia of disappointment within me, and I can no longer learn certain things through the simple things of life. The magus remained impassive. A point of light, he said, a point of light above the left shoulder of your soulmate. That is how it is in the tradition of the moon. I have to leave, she said, hoping that he would ask her to stay. She liked being there. He had answered her question. The magus, however, got up and accompanied her to the door. I am going to learn everything that you know, she said. I am going to discover how to see that point of light. The magus waited until Brida had gone down the stairs. There was a bus to Dublin in the next half hour, so there was no need for him to worry about her. Then he went out into the garden and performed the ritual he performed every night. He was used to doing it, but sometimes he found it hard to achieve the necessary concentration. Tonight he was particularly distracted. When the ritual was over, he sat down on the doorstep and looked up at the sky. He thought about Brida. He could see her on the bus with the point of light above her left shoulder, and which, because she was his soulmate, only he could see. He thought how eager she must be to conclude a search that had started the day she was born. He thought how cold and distant she had been when they arrived at this house, and that this was a good sign. It meant she was confused about her own feelings. She was defending herself from something she couldn't understand. He thought too, somewhat fearfully, that she was in love. Everyone finds their soulmate, Brida, he said out loud to the plants in his garden, but deep down he sensed that he, too, despite all his years in the tradition, still needed to reinforce his faith, and that he was really talking to himself. At some point in our lives, we all meet our soulmate and recognize him or her. He went on, if I were not a magus and couldn't see the point of light above your left shoulder, it should take a little longer from me to accept you, but you would fight for me, and one day I would see the special light in your eyes. However, the fact is I am a magus, and it is up to me to fight for you, so that all my knowledge is transformed into wisdom. He sat for a long time, contemplating the night and thinking about Brida traveling back to Dublin on the bus. It was colder than usual. Summer would soon be over. There are no risks in love, as you will find out for yourself. People have been searching for and finding each other for thousands of years. Suddenly, he realized that he might be wrong. There was always a risk, a single risk, that one person might meet with more than one soulmate in the same incarnation, as had happened millennia before. Part 2. Winter and Spring. Over the next 2 months, Vika initiated Brida into the first mysteries of witchcraft. According to her, women could learn these things more quicker than men because each month they experienced in their own bodies the complete cycle of nature, birth, life and death, the cycle of the moon, she called it. Brida had to buy a new notebook and record in it any physical experiences she would had since her first meeting with Vika. The notebook always had to kept up to date and must bear on its cover a 5-pointed star, which associated everything written in it with the tradition of the moon. Vika told her that all witches owned such a book, known as Book of Shadows, in homage to their sisters who had died during the 400 years that the witch hunt lasted. Why do I need to do all this? We have to awaken the gift. Without it, you will know only the minor mysteries. The gift is your way of serving the world. Brida had to reserve one relatively unused corner of her house for a kind of miniature oratory in which a candle should be kept burning day and night. The candle, according to the tradition of the moon, was the symbol of the 4 elements and contained within itself the earth of the wick, the water of the paraffin, the fire that burned, and the air that allowed the fire to burn. The candle was also important as very many way of reminding her that she had a mission to fulfill and that she was engaged on that mission. Only the candle should be visible. Everything else should be hidden away on a shelf or in a drawer. From the Middle Ages on, the tradition of the moon had demanded that witches surrounded their activities with absolutely secrecy, for there were several prophecies warning that darkened would return at the end of millennium. Whenever Brida came home and saw the candle flame, she felt a strange, almost sacred responsibility. Vika told her that she must always pay attention to the sound of the world. You can hear it wherever you are, she said. It is a noise that never stops, which is there on mountain tops, in cities, in the sky, and at the bottom of the ocean. This noise, which is like a vibration, is the soul of the world, transforming itself and traveling towards the light. Any witch must be keenly aware of this, because she is an important part of that journey. Vika also explained that the ancient spoke to our world through symbols, even if no one was listening, even if the language of symbols had been forgotten by almost everyone. An ancient never ceased talking. Are they being like us? Brida asked one day. We are them, and suddenly we understand everything that we learned in our past lives, and everything that the great sages left written on the universe. Jesus said, the kingdom of God is as if a man should scatter seed upon the ground and should sleep and rise night and day, and the seed should sprout and grow. He know not how. The human race drinks always from his same inexhaustible fountain, and even when everyone says it is doomed, it still finds a way to survive. It survived when the apes drove the men from the trees, and when the waters cover the earth, it will survive. When everyone is preparing for the final catastrophe, we are responsible for the universe because we are the universe. The more time Brida spent with Vika, the more aware she became of what a very pretty woman she was. Vika continued to teach Brida the tradition of the moon. She told her to find a two-edged dagger with an undulating blade like a flame. Brida tried in various shops, but there was nothing suitable. In the end, Lawrence solved the problem by asking a metallurgical chemistry engineer who worked at the university to make such a blade. Then he himself carved a wooden handle and gave the dagger to Brida as a gift. It was his way of saying that he respected her search. The dagger was consecrated by Vika in a complicated ritual involving magical words, charcoal designs drawn on the blade, and a few blows with a wooden spoon. The dagger was to be used as a prolongation of her own arm, keeping the energy of her body concentrated in the blade. Fairy godmothers used a wand for the same purpose, and Maggie used a sword. When Brida expressed her surprise at the charcoal and the wooden spoon, Vika said that in the days of witch hunts, witches were forced to use materials that could be mistaken for ordinary, everyday objects. The tradition of the dagger, the charcoal, and the wooden spoon had survived, while the actual materials once used by the ancient had been lost entirely. Brida learned how to burn incense and how to use the dagger inside magic circles. There was a ritual she had to perform. Whenever the moon changed its face, she would place a cup of water on the windowsill so that the moon was reflected in the surface. Then she would stand so that her own face was reflected in the water, and the moon's reflection was right in the middle of her forehead. When she was completely focused, she would cut the water with the dagger, causing the reflection to break up and form smaller ones. This water had to drink immediately, and then the power of moon would grow inside her. None of this makes sense, Brida said once. Vika ignored the remark, for she had once thought exactly the same, but she remembered Jesus' word about the thing that grow inside each of us without our understanding how or why. It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not, she told her. Think of the dark night. The more you do this, the more the ancient will communicate with you. They will do so initially in ways you cannot understand, because only your soul will be listening. But one day the voices will be heard again. Brida didn't want to hear voices. She wanted to find her soulmate, but she said nothing of this to Vika. She was forbidden from returning to the past again, according to Vika. This was rarely necessary. Don't use the card to read the future either. The cards are to be used only for growth without words, growth that occurs imperceptibly. Brida had to spread the card out on a table 3 times a week and sit looking at them. Occasionally she had visions, but they were usually incomprehensible. When she complained about this, Vika said that the visions had a meaning of deep that she was incapable of understanding it. And why shouldn't I use the cards to read the future? Only the present has power over our lives, replied Vika. When you need the future in the card, you are bringing the future into the present, and that can cause serious harm. The present could confuse your future. Once a week, they went to the wood, and Vika taught her apprentice the secret of herbs. For Vika, everything in the world bore God's signature, especially plants. Certain leaves resembled the heart and were good for her disease, while flowers that resembled eyes could cure diseases of the eye. Brida began to understand that many herbs really did bear a close resemblance to human organs, and in a book of folk medicine that Lawrence borrowed from the university library, she found research indicating that the beliefs of country people and witches could well be right. God placed his pharmacy in the woods and fields, Vika said one day when they were resting under a tree so that everyone could enjoy good health. Brida knew that her teacher had other apprentices, but she never met them. The dog always barked when her time with Vika was up. However, she had passed other people on the stairs. An older woman, a girl about her own age, and a man in a suit. Brida listened discreetly to their steps until the creaking floorboards above betrayed their destination, Vika's apartment. One day, Brida risked asking about these other students. Witchcraft is based on collective strength, Vika told her. All the different gifts keep the energy of our work in constant movement. Each gift depends on all the others. Vika explained that there were 9 gifts and that both the tradition of the sun and the tradition of the moon took care that these gifts survived over the centuries. What are the 9 gifts? Vika told her off for being lazy and asking questions all the time. When a true witch should be interested in all forms of spiritual inquiry, Brida, she said, ought to spend more time reading the Bible, which contains all the true occult wisdom, and to seek out the gift in St. Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians. Brida did so, and there she found the 9 gifts: the word of wisdom, the word of knowledge, faith, healing, the working of miracles, prophecy, and discerning of the spirits, speaking in tongues, and the interpretation of tongues. It was only then that she understood the gift she was seeking, the discerning of the spirit. Vika taught Brida to dance. She said that she needed to learn to move her body in accordance with the sound of the world, that ever-present vibration. There was no special technique. It was simply a matter of making any movement that came into her head. Nevertheless, it took a while before Brida could become used to moving and dancing in that illogical way. The magus of folk taught you about the dark night in both traditions, which are in fact one. The dark night is the only way to grow. When you set off along the path of magic, the first thing you do so is surrender yourself to a greater power, for you will encounter things that you will never understand. Nothing will behave in the logical way you have come to expect. You will understand things only with your heart, and that can be a little frightening for a long time. The journey will seem like a dark night, but then any search is an act of faith. But God, who is far harder to understand than a dark night, appreciates our act of faith and takes our hand and guides us through the mystery. Vika spoke of the magus with no rancor or bitterness. Brida had been wrong. Vika had clearly never had an affair with him. It was written in her eyes. Perhaps the irritation she had expressed on that first day and merely been because they had ended up following different paths. Wizards and witches are vain creatures, and each wanted to prove to the other that their path was the best. She suddenly realized that she had thought she could tell Vika wasn't in love with the magus by her eyes. She had seen films and read books that talked about this. The whole world could tell from someone's eyes if they were in love. The only managed to understand the simple things once I have embraced the complicated things. She thought to herself, perhaps one day she would follow the tradition of the sun. It was quite late on in the year and the cold was just beginning to bite when Brida received a phone call from Vika. We are going to meet in the wood in 2 days' time on the night of new moon, just before dark, was all she said. Brida spent those 2 days thinking about that meeting. She performed the usual rituals and danced to the sound of the world. I wish I could dance to some music, she thought, but she was becoming used to moving her body according to that strange vibration, which she could hear better at night or in certain silent places. Vika had told her that when she danced to the sound of the world, her soul would feel more comfortable in her body and there would be a lessening of tension. Brida began to notice how people walking down the street didn't seem to know what to do with their hands or how to move their hips or shoulders. She felt like telling them that the world was playing a tune and they danced a little to that music and simply allowed their body to move illogically for a few minutes a day. They would feel much better. That dance, however, was part of tradition of moon and only witches knew about it. There must be something similar in the tradition of sun. There always was, although no one appeared to want to learn it. We have lost our ability to live with the secrets of the world, she said to Lawrence, and yet there they are before us. The reason I want to be a witch is so that I can see those secrets. On the appointed day, Brida went to the wood. She walked amongst the trees, feeling the magical presence of the spirits of nature. About 1500 years ago, that wood had been the sacred place of druids until St. Patrick drove the snakes from Ireland and the druid cults disappeared. Nevertheless, respect for that place had passed from generation to generation, and even now, the villagers both respected and feared it. She found Vika in the clearing, wrapped in her cloak. There were 4 other people with her, all wearing ordinary clothes, and all of them women. In the place where she had once noticed ashes, a fire was burning. Brida looked at the fire and for some reason felt afraid. She didn't know if it was because of that part of Loni which she carried inside her or because she had known fire in her other incarnations. More women arrived. Some were her age and others were older than Vika. Altogether, there are 9. I did not invite the men today. We are here waiting for the kingdom of the moon. The kingdom of the moon was the night. They stood around the fire, talking about the most trivial things in the world, and Brida felt as if she would be invited in a tea party with a lot of old gossips, although the setting was rather different. However, as soon as the sky filled up with stars, the atmosphere changed completely. Vika didn't need to call for silence. Gradually, the conversation died, and Brida wondered to herself if they would only just noticed the presence of the fire and the forest. After a brief silence, Vika spoke. On this night, once a year, the world's witches gather together to pray and pay homage to our forebears. According to the tradition, on the 10th moon of the year, we gather round a fire, which was life and death to our persecuted sisters. Brida produced a wooden spoon from beneath her cloak. Here is a symbol, she said, showing the spoon to everyone. The women remained studying and held hands. Then, raising their joined hands and heard Vika's prayer. May the blessing of the Virgin Mary and of her Son Jesus be upon our heads tonight, in our bodies sleeps, the soulmate of our ancestors. May the Virgin Mary bless them. May she bless us because we are women and live in a world in which men love and understand us more and more. Yet still we bear on our bodies the mark of past lives, and those marks still hurt. May the Virgin Mary free us from those marks and put an end forever to our sense of guilt. We feel guilty when we go out to work because we are leaving our children in order to earn money to feed them. We feel guilty when we stay at home because it seems we are not making the most of our freedom. We feel guilty about everything because we have always been kept far from decision making and from power. May the Virgin Mary remind us always that it was the woman who stayed with Jesus when all the men fled and denied their faith, that it was the woman who wept while he carried the cross and who waited at his feet at the hour of his death, that it was the woman who visited the empty tomb, and that we have no reason to feel guilty. May the Virgin Mary remind us always that we were burned and persecuted because we preached the religion of love when others were trying to stop time with the power of sin. We gathered together to hold forbidden festivals in which we celebrated what was still beautiful in the world. Because of this, we were condemned and burned in the public squares. May the Virgin Mary remind us always that while men were tried in the public square over land disputes, women were tried in the public square for adultery. May the Virgin Mary remind us always of our ancestors who, like St. John and Arc, had to disguise themselves as men in order to fulfill the Lord's word, and yet still they died in the fire. Vika held the wooden spoon in both hands and stretched out both arms. Here is a symbol of our ancestors' martyrdom. May the flame that devoured their bodies remain always alight in our souls, because they are in us, because we are them. And she threw the spoon into the fire. Brida continued to perform the rituals that Vika had taught her. She kept the candle always burning and danced to the sound of the world. She noted down her meetings with Vika in the book of shadows and went to the sacred wood twice a week. She noticed to her surprise that she was beginning to understand more about herbs and plants. However, the voices that Vika wanted to awaken did not appear, nor did she manage to see the point of light above anyone's left shoulder. Who knows, perhaps I haven't yet met my soulmate, she thought, rather fearfully. This was the faith of those who knew the tradition of moon, never to make a mistake when choosing the man in their life. This meant that from the moment they became a true witch, they would never again nurse the same illusion about love that other people did. True, this would mean less suffering or even no suffering at all, because they could love everything more intensely. Finding one's soulmate was, after all, a divine mission in everyone's life, even if one day you were forced to part. Love for your soulmate, according to both traditions, would always be crowned with glory, understanding, and a kind of purifying nostalgia. It meant too that from the moment you became able to see the point of light, there would be no dark night of love. Brida thought of the many times she had suffered for love, the nights she had lain awake waiting for a phone call that never came, the romantic weekends that didn't survive the following week, the parties spent glancing anxiously around to see who was there, the joy of making a conquest simply to prove that you could, the sadness and loneliness when you were sure that your best friend's boyfriend was the only man who could possibly make you happy. That was part of her world and the world of everyone else. She knew that was love, and that was how people had searched for their soulmate since time began, by looking into another person's eye in searching of that special light, desire. She had never given much value to such things. On the contrary, she had always thought it pointless to suffer because of someone else, or to feel scared stiff because you couldn't find anyone with whom to share your life. Now, however, that she had the chance to free herself from such fears forever, she wasn't sure she wanted to. Do I really want to be able to see that point of light? She thought of the magus. She was beginning to think he was right, and that the tradition of the sun was the only way to deal with love. But she couldn't change her mind now. She knew the path to follow, and she must follow it to the end. She knew that if she gave up now, she would find it harder and harder to make any choices in life. One afternoon, after a long lesson devoted to rain-making rituals performed by the witches of old rituals that Brida would have to note down in her book of shadows, even though she would probably never use them, Vika asked if she wore all the clothes she owned. No, of course I don't, came the reply. Well, from now on, wear everything in your wardrobe. Brida thought perhaps she had misunderstood. Everything that contains our energy should be in constant movement, Vika explained. The clothes you brought are part of you, and they present those special time when you left the house wanting to splash out a little because of you were happy with the world, times when you would be hurt and wanted to make yourself feel better, or times when you thought you should change your life. Clothes always transform emotion into matter. It's one of the bridges between the visible and the invisible. Some clothes can even be harmful because they were made for someone else but have ended up in your hands. Brida knew that she meant there were some clothes she couldn't bring herself to wear because whenever she did, something bad happened. Get rid of any clothes that were not intended for you, Vika went on, and wear all the others. It is important to keep the soil turned, the waves crushed, and all your emotions in movement. The whole universe is moving all the time, and we must do likewise. When she got home, Brida spread out the contents of her wardrobe on the bed. She looked at each item of clothing. There were some She had completely forgotten about others, brought back happy memories, but were no longer fashionable. Brida kept them, though, because they held a special charm, and if she got rid of them, she might be undoing all the good things she had experienced while wearing them. She looked at the clothes, which she left contained bad vibrations. She had always hoped that those bad vibrations might one day become good vibration, and then she would be able to wear the clothes again. However, whenever she put them to the test, the results were invariably disastrous. She realized that her relationship with clothes was more complicated than she had thought, and yet it was hard to accept Vika meddling in something as private and personal as the way she dressed. Some clothes had to be kept for special occasions, and only she could say when she should wear them. Others weren't suitable for work or even for going out at the weekend. Why was Vika so interested in this? She never questioned that Vika told her to do. She spent her life dancing and lighting candles, plunging knives into water and learning about rituals she would never use. And she accepted all that because it was part of the tradition, a tradition she didn't understand, but which was perhaps in touch with her unknown self. But by meddling with her clothes, Vika was also meddling with her way of being in the world. Perhaps Vika had overstepped the bounds of her power. Perhaps she was trying to interfere in things she shouldn't. What is outside is harder to change than what is inside. Someone had said something. Brida instinctively looked around her, knowing that she would find no one. It was the voice that Vika had wanted to awaken. She managed to curb her feelings of excitement and fear. She remained silent, hoping to hear something else. But there was only the noise from the street, a television some way off, and the omnipresent sound of the world. She tried to sit in the same position as before, to think the same things as before. Everything had happened so fast that she hadn't even felt frightened and surprised or proud. But the voice had said something. Even if everyone in the world were to prove to her that it was all just a product of her imagination, even if the witch hunt were to return and she had to stand up in court and risked being burnt to death, she was utterly sure that she had heard the voice that was not her own. What is outside is more difficult to change than what is inside. The voice could perhaps have said something a little more earth-shattering, given that this was the first time in her current incarnation that she was hearing it. But suddenly, Brida was filled by an intense feeling of joy. She wanted to phone Lawrence, to go and see the magus, to tell Vika that her gift had finally been revealed, and that she could now become part of the tradition of the moon. She paced the room, smoked a few cigarettes, and only half an hour late did she feel calm enough to sit down again on the bed, along with all her clothes. The voice was right. Brida had surrendered her soul to a strange woman, and odd though it might seem, it was far easier to surrender her soul than her way of dressing. Only now was the beginning to understand how much those apparently meaningless exercises were influencing her life. Only now, when she was considering changing on the outside, could she realize how much she had changed inside. When they met again, Vika wanted to know all about the voice and was pleased that Brida had noted down every detail in her book of shadows. Whose voice is it? Asked Brida. Vika, however, had more important thing to do and say than answer Brida eternal questions. So far I have shown you how to return to the path that your soul traveled several incarnations ago. I evoke at knowledge by speaking directly to it with my soul through the symbols and rituals of our forebears. You might have grumbled a bit about it, but your soul was glad because it was re-establishing contact with its mission, while you were getting irritated with all the exercise you had to do, feeling bored with the dancing and having to fight off sleep during rituals. Your hidden side was once more drinking in the wisdom of time, remembering what it had learned before, and as it says in the Bible, the seed was growing and sprouting, although you know not how. Then came the moment to start to learn new things. That is called initiation, because that is where you will truly start to learn the things you need to learn in this life. The voice indicates that you are ready. In the tradition of the witches, the initiation always takes place at the time of the equinox, on the 2 days of the year, when the days and the nights are equal in length. The next one is the spring equinox on the 21st of March. Would like that to be the date of your initiation, because I too was initiated at the spring equinox. You know how to use the ritual instruments, and you know all the rituals that keep open the bridge between the visible and the invisible. Whenever you perform one of those rituals, your soul recalls the lessons it learned in past lives. When you hear the voice, you brought into the visible world something that was happening in the invisible world. In other words, you realized that your soul was ready for the next step. You have achieved your first major objective. It occurred to Brida that her original desire had been to see the point of light that would indicate her soulmate, but she had been thinking a lot lately about the search her love, and that first desire was now dwindling in importance with each week that passed. There is just one test you must pass before you can be accepted for the spirit initiation. If you fail, don't worry, you have many equinoxes ahead of you, and one day you will be initiated. Up until now, you have dealt only with your masculine side, knowledge. You know certain things and are capable of understanding what you know, but you haven't yet touched on the one great feminine force, one of the great transformational powers. And knowledge without a transformation is not wisdom. This force has always been an accursed power among witches in general and women in particular. It is a force known to everyone to this planet. The women know that we are the great guardians of its secrets. Because of this force, we are doomed to wander a dangerous, hostile world, because we were the one who awoke it, and because there have been placed where it was considered an abomination. Anyone who comes into contact with this force, however unknowingly, is bound to it for the rest of their life. It can be your master or your slave. You can transform it into magical force or use it all your life without ever realizing its immense power. This force is in everything across us. It is in the visible world of ordinary people and in the invisible world of the mystics. It can be killed, crushed, hidden, even denied. It can lie dormant for years, forgotten in a corner somewhere. We can treat it in whichever way we want. But once someone was experienced this force, he or she will never be able to forget it. What force is that? Don't keep asking stupid questions, retorted Vika. You know perfectly well what that force is. Yes, Brida knew. sex. Vika drew aside one of the immaculately white curtains and showed Brida the view. The window looked out on the river, on old buildings, on Instant Hill. The Magus lived somewhere over there. What is that? Asked Vika, pointing at the top of a church steeple. A cross, the symbol of Christianity. A Roman would never enter a building with a cross on it. He would think it was a house of torture because the cross represented one of the cruelest instruments of torture ever invented by man. The cross might not have changed, but its meaning certainly has. In the same way, when mankind was closer to God, sex was the symbolic meaning of communion with the divine, a re-encounter with the meaning of life. Why do people seeking God so often distance themselves from sex? Vika was irritated by the interruption, but she answered anyway. When I talk about the force, I am not talking only about the sexual act. Some people make us of this force without actually having sex. Everything depends on which path you take. I know that force, Brida said. I know how to make use of it. You may know about having sex with someone in bed, but that isn't the same as knowing it as a force. Both men and women are extremely vulnerable to the force of sex because during sex, pleasure and fear are present in equal measure. Why do pleasure and fear go together? She had finally asked a question worth answering. Because anyone who comes into contact with sex knows that they are dealing with something which only happens in all its intensity when they lose control. When we are in bed with someone, we are giving permission to that person not only to commune with our body, but with our whole being. The pure force of life are in communication with each other independently of us, and then we cannot hide who we are. It doesn't matter what image we have to ourselves. It doesn't matter what disguise we put on, what smart answers or honorable exercise we give. During sex, it is very difficult to deceive the other person because that is when each person show who they really are. Vika was speaking like someone who knows this force well. Her eyes were shining and there was pride in her voice. Perhaps that was what lay behind her continuing attractiveness. Brida was glad Vika was her teacher, and one day she would discover the secret of that charm. Before the initiation can take place, you have to experience that force, everything else belonging to the great mysteries, and you will learn about that after the ceremony. How do I go about experiencing it then? It is a simple enough formula, and like all simple things, its results are far more complex than all the complicated rituals I have taught you so far. Vika came over to Brida, grasped her shoulders and looked into her eyes. This is the formula. You use your 5 senses all the time. If they all come together at the moment of orgasm, you will be accepted for initiation. Came to apologize, Brida said. They were in the same place where they had met before, near the rocks on the right-hand side of the mountain, from where you could see the valley below. Sometimes I think one thing and do another, she went on. But if you have ever felt love, you will know how painful it is to suffer for love. Yes, I know, replied Magus. It was the first time he had made any comment on his private life. You were right about the point of light. It is not really that important. Now I have discovered that the search can be as interesting as actually finding what you are looking for. As long as you can overcome your fear, that is true. And Brida was pleased to know that even he, with all his knowledge, still felt fear. They spent the afternoon walking through the snow-covered forest. They talked about plants, about the landscape, and about the ways in which the spiders in that region move their webs. At one point, they met a shepherd leading his sheep back home. "Hello, Santiago," cried the magus. Then he turned to her. "God has a special fondness for shepherds. They are people accustomed to nature, silence, patience. They possess all the necessary virtues to commune with the universe. Up until then, they hadn't discussed such matters at all, and Brida didn't want to anticipate the moment. She brought the conversation back to her life and to what was going on in the world. Her sixth sense told her to avoid mentioning Lawrence. She didn't know what was going on, nor did she know why the magus was being so attentive, but she needed to keep that flame alight. An accursed power, Vika had called it. She had an objective, and this was her one means of attaining it. They passed a few sheep whose feet left strange prints in the snow. This time there was no shepherd, but the sheep seemed to know where to go and what they were looking for. The magus stood for a long time watching the sheep, as if he were studying some great secret from the tradition of the sun, one that Brida could not understand. As the light began to fade, so did the feeling of terror and respect that always gripped her when she was with him. For the first time, she felt calm and confident by his side, perhaps because she didn't need to demonstrate her gifts. She had heard the voice, and her entry into the world of those other men and women was now simply a matter of time. She too belonged to the path of mysteries, and from the moment that she heard the voice, the men beside her had become part of her universe. She felt like grasping his hand and asking him to show her some aspect of the traditional sun, just as she used to ask Lawrence to talk to her about the ancient stars. It was a way of saying that they were seeing the same thing, albeit from different angles. Something was telling her that he needed this, and it was in the mysterious voice of the tradition of the moon, but the restless, something foolish voice of her heart, a voice she didn't often listen to, since it always led her along paths she couldn't understand. But emotions were indeed wild horses, and they demanded to be heard. Brida let them run free for a while until they grew tired. Her emotions were telling her how good it would be that afternoon if she were in love with him, because when you were in love, you were capable of learning everything and of knowing things you had never dared even to think, because love was the key to understanding all the mysteries. She ran through various amorous scenarios involving the magus before she finally regained control. Then she said to herself that she could never love a man like him, because he understood the universe, and all human beings look small when viewed from a distance. They reached the ruins of an old monastic church. The magus sat down on one of the many piles of curved stone scattered on the ground, and Brida cleared the snow off a broad windowsill. It must be good to live here, spend all day in the forest, and then go home, sleep in a nice warm house, she said. Yes, it is good. I know the song of all the different birds, and I can read God's signs. I have learned the traditions of the sun and the moon. But I am alone, he felt like adding, and there is no point in understanding the entire universe if you are alone. There, perched on the windowsill, was his other half. He could see the point of light above her left shoulder, and he regretted ever having learned the two traditions, because had it not been for the point of light, he might not have fallen in love with her. She is intelligent. She sensed the danger early and now wants to know nothing more about point of light, she thought. I heard the voice. Vika really is an excellent teacher. It was the first time that afternoon that she had brought up the subject of magic. The voice will teach you the mysteries of the world, the mysteries that are imprisoned in time and which are carried from generation to generation by witches. He spoke without really listening to what he was saying. He was trying to remember when he had first met his soulmate. Solitary people lost track of time. The hours are long and the days interminable. Even so, he knew they had only been together twice before. Brida was learning very fast. I know the rituals and I am to be initiated into the great mysteries that the spring equinox. She was beginning to feel tense again. There is one thing, though, that I still haven't experienced, the force that everyone knows and which they revere as if it were a mystery. The Magus understood why she had come that afternoon. It wasn't just to walk among the trees and leaves, two sets of footprints in the snow, footprints that were getting closer every minute. Brida turned up her jacket collar to protect her face, whether because the cold grew more intense when they stopped walking, or whether she was merely trying to conceal her nervousness, she wasn't sure. I want to learn how to awaken the force of sex through the 5 senses, she said at last. Vika won't talk about it. She says that I will discover it just as I discovered the voice. They sat for a few minutes in silence. She wondered if she should even be talking about such a thing in the ruins of the church. But then she remembered that there are many ways of using the force. The monks who had lived there had worked through abstinence, and they would understand what she meant. I have tried all kinds of things. I think there must be a trick, like the trick with the phone, to get me to ready see the tarot cards. I think it is something Vika don't want to teach me. I think she must have found it very hard to learn and want me to experience the same difficulties. Was that why you came looking for me? Brida looked deep into his eyes. Yes. She hoped her answer would convince him, but she wasn't sure of anything anymore. The walk through the snowy wood, the sunlight on the snow, the easy conversation about the ordinary things of the world, all of this had set her emotions galloping like wild horses. She had to persuade herself again that she was there for only one reason, and that she would attain her objective by whatever means possible, because God had been a woman before he became a man. The Magus got up from the pile of stones he was sitting on and walked over to the only wall that had not crumbled into rubble. In the middle of the wall was a door, and he stood leaning against it. The evening sun lit him from behind. Brida could not see. his face. "There is one thing that Vika didn't teach you," he said. "She may have forgotten to do so, or she may have wanted you to discover it alone." "Well, here I am alone," and she asked herself if perhaps this had been her teacher's plan all along, to bring her together with this man. "I am going to teach you," he said at last. "Come with me." They walked to the place where the trees were taller and their trunks thicker. Brida noticed that some of them had rough and ready ladders attached to the trunks. At the top of each ladder was a kind of cabin. "This must be where the hermits of the tradition of the sun live," she thought. The magus carefully examined each cabin, chose one, and asked Brida to join him. She started to climb. Halfway up, she felt afraid because a fall might prove fatal. Nevertheless, she resolved to go on. She was in a scared place, protected by the spirit of the forest. The magus had not asked if she wanted to do this, but perhaps this was considered unnecessary in the tradition of the sun. When they reached the top, she gave a long sigh. She had conquered another of her fears. "This is a good place to teach you the path," he said, "a place of ambush. These cabins are used by hunters. They have to be high up so that the animals don't catch the hunters. During the years, the hunters leave food onto the ground so that the animals get used to coming here, and then one day they kill them." Brida noticed some empty cartridge on the floor. She was shocked. "Look down," he said. There was barely enough space for 2 people, and his body was almost touching her. She did as he asked. The tree must have been one of the tallest because she could see the top of her trees. The valley, the snow-covered mountains on the horizon. It was beautiful there. He needn't have said what he did about it being a place of ambush. The magus pushed back the canvas roof, and suddenly the cabin was filled with sunlight. It was cold, and it seemed to Brida that they were in a magical place. On the top of the world, her emotions wanted to set off again at the gallop, but she had to keep them in check. "I didn't need to bring you here in order to explain what you want to know," said the magus, "but I wanted you to understand a little more about this forest. In the winter, when both hunter and hunted are far away, I come and climb these trees and contemplate the earth." He really did want to share his word with her. Brida's blood began to flow more quickly. She felt at peace, immersed in one of those moments in life when the only possible alternative is to lose all control. Our relationship with the world came through our 5 senses. Plunging into the world of magic means discovering other unknown senses. The sex propels us toward one of those doors. He was speaking more loudly now. He sounded like a teacher giving a biology lesson. Perhaps it's better like this, she thought, although she was not convinced. It doesn't matter whether you are seeking wisdom or pleasure through the force of sex. It will always be a total experience because it is the only experience that touches or should touch all 5 senses at once. All our channels with the other person are wide open. At the moment of orgasm, the 5 senses vanish and you enter the world of magic. You can no longer see, hear, taste, touch or smell. During those long seconds, everything disappeared, to be replaced by ecstasy. It is exactly the same ecstasy as that attained by mystics after years of renunciation and discipline. Brida felt like asking why the mystics hadn't tried to attain it through orgasm. Then she remembered that some were the descendants of angels. That propels a person toward this ecstasy are five senses. The more the senses are stimulated, the stronger will be the drive towards ecstasy and the more powerful the ecstasy. Do you understand? Of course, she understood. She nodded, but that question left her feeling more distant. She wished that were still strolling by her side through the forest. That is all there is to it. I know all that, but I still can't do it. Brida didn't dare mention Lawrence. She sensed it would be dangerous. You told me that there is a way to achieve it. She was nervous and upset. Her emotions were beginning to gallop out of control. The magus looked down again at the forest below. Brida wondered if he too was struggling with his emotions, but she didn't want to believe in what she was thinking, nor should she. She knew that the tradition of the sun was. She knew that its teachers taught through space and time. She had thought about this before the first searched him out. She had imagined that they might one day be together as they were now, with no one else near. That is how the teachers of the tradition of sun were always teaching through action and never giving theory undue importance. She had thought all this before ever coming to the forest, but she had come anyway because now her path was more important than anything else. She needed to continue the tradition of her many lives. But now he was behaving like Vika, who only talked about things. Teach me, she said. The magus was staring at the bare, snowy branches. He could at that moment forget he was a teacher and be merely a magus, a man like any other man. He knew that his soulmate was there before him. He could talk about the point of light he could see, and she would believe him, and their re-encounter would be complete. Even if she left in tears, she would come back eventually because he was telling the truth, and she needed his as much as he needed her. That was the wisdom of soulmate. They always recognize each other. But he was a teacher, and one day in a village in Spain, he had sworn a sacred oath. That oath said, amongst other things, that no teacher should ever force another person to make a choice. He had made that mistake once, and because of that had spent all those years in exile from the world. Now it was different, but he still didn't want to take a risk. For a moment he thought, I could give up magic for her, but immediately realized how foolish that thought was. Love didn't require that kind of renunciation. True love allows each person to follow their own path, knowing that they would never lose touch with their soulmate. He must be patient. He must remember the patience of shepherd and know that sooner or later they would be together. That was the law, and he had believed in that law all his life. What you are asking me is very simple, he said at last. He had mastered his emotion. Discipline had worn out. Make sure that when you touch the other person, all your five senses are working, because sex has a life of its own. The moment you begin, you are no longer in control. It takes control of you, and whatever you bring to it, your fear, your desire, your sensibility, will remain. That is why people become impotent. When you have sex, take with you to bed only love and your senses, all five of them. Only then will you experience communion with God. Brida looked down at the cartridge on the floor. She did not betray her feelings for an instant. She knew what the trick was now, and that, she said to herself, was all she was interested in. That is all I can teach you. She did not move. The wild horses were being tamed by the silence. Take 7 deep, calm breaths and make sure all your senses are working before there is any physical contact. Just let things take their course. He was a teacher of the tradition of sun. He had come through yet another test. His soulmate was also teaching him things. Right, I have shown you the view from up here. We can go down now. She sat distractedly, watching the children playing in the square. Someone had told her once that every city has a magic place, a place where we go when we need to think seriously about life. That square was her magic place in Dublin. It was near the apartment she would rented when she first arrived, full of dreams and expectations. Her plan then had been to enroll as a student at Trinity College and eventually become a professor of literature. She used to spend a lot of time on that bench, writing poetry and generally trying to behave as her literary idols had. But the money her father sent wasn't enough, and she would have to take a job at the import-export company where she worked now. Not that she minded. She was happy with what she was doing, and in fact her job was one of the most important things in her life, because it gave a sense of reality to everything and kept her from going mad. It allowed her to maintain a precarious balance between the visible world and the invisible. The children continued to play. Like her, all of them had once been told stories about fairies and witches. About witches who dressed all black and offered poisoned apples to poor young girls lost in the forest. One of those children could possibly imagine that a real, live witch was watching them playing now. That afternoon, Vika had asked her to try an exercise entirely unrelated to the tradition of the moon, an exercise useful to anyone wishing to keep open the bridge between the visible and the invisible. It was simple enough. She had to lie down, relax, and imagine one of the main shopping areas in the city. Then she had to concentrate on one particular shop window and notice every detail of what she was in the window. There it was, and how much each thing cost. When she had finished the exercise, she had to go to the street and see if she had been right. Now she was there in the square, watching the children. She had just come back from the shop, and the shop window had been exactly as she would imagined it. She wondered if this really was an exercise for ordinary people, or if her months of training as a witch had helped. She would never know. But the shopping street she had imagined was very near to her magic place. Nothing happens by chance, she thought. Her heart was troubled over a matter she could not resolve. Love. She loved Lawrence. She was sure of that. She knew that when she was an adept in the tradition of the moon, she would see the point of light above his left shoulder one afternoon. Then they would go to a cafe together to drink a cup of hot chocolate near the tower that had inspired James Joyce's Ulysses. She had seen that special light in his eyes. The Magus was right. The tradition of sun was the path of all men. and it was there so that it could be deciphered by anyone who knew how to pray and be patient and who wanted to learn what it had to teach. The more she immersed herself in the tradition of the moon, the more she understood and admired the tradition of the sun. The magus, she was thinking about him again. This was the problem that had brought her back to her magic place. She had thought about him often since that visit to the hunter's cabin. She would like to be there right now so that she could tell him about this latest exercise, but she knew that was just a pretext. What she really wanted was for him to invite her to go for a walk in the forest again. She was sure he would be pleased to see her, and she was beginning to believe, for some mysterious reason which she didn't even dare to think about, that he enjoyed her company too. I have always had too vivid an imagination, she thought, trying to get the magus out of her head, but knowing that he would soon be back. She didn't want to keep thinking about him. She was a woman and familiar with the systems of falling in love, something which she had to avoid all costs. She loved Lawrence and wanted things to continue as they were. Her world had changed quite enough.